Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
Olá, eu sou o Carrilho da Alpha 7. Nós estamos jogando a Liga de Classificação da PMGC e a sensação é de dever cumprido. A gente vai trabalhar muito duro para conseguir E o meu jogador favorito nessa PMGC sou eu mesmo, porque eu sei o quanto eu trabalhei por isso. Vou dar meu melhor para deixar. Bom, eu estou muito animado por jogar contra o Sulkai, da Fireflux. Já tive a oportunidade de jogar contra ele no passado e agora a revanche vai vir, pode ter certeza. Eu acho que você é um oponente muito respeitado. Estou tão feliz que podemos lutar um contra o outro novamente. Nós respeitamos sua perseverança, mas esse é o dever nos enfrentar desta vez. Não temos misericórdia.
Avantajlarımdan biri kimsenin meydan okumasından korkmamam. Geçen sefer çok iyi işler çıkardınız ama bu sefer takım arkadaşlarım ve ben bu kadar kolay ligi geçmenize izin vermeyeceğiz. PMGC ligine giderken çok mutlu hissediyorum gerçekten. Nova Paraboy çünkü her daim kendisinden ve takım arkadaşlarından her turnuvada bahsettiriyor. Ayrıca eski dostumuz HVP'yi gördüğüm için de çok mutlu oldum. Onlara bir mektubum var. Sevgili HVP, sizi tekrar gördüğüme çok memnun oldum. Avrupa Şampiyonası sonbaharında size yenildik. Bu sefer intikam alacağız. PMPL Batı Avrupa'daki performanslarınız çok etkileyici. Bence sizin gibi güçlü rakibe sahip olmak harika bir duygu. İntikamı çok daha tatlı hale getireceğim.
Теперь мы на чемпионате мира, и не нужно оглядываться на прошлые результаты. Нужно двигаться вперед. Теперь мы будем на вершине, и чемпионство будет за нами.
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th, and we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Böyle bir ekstra böyle bir yok. Her zaman oynadığımız oyunu oynuyoruz. Çünkü düşünmeyin. Bugün alıp gideceğiz. 1, 2, 3. Allah yardımcımız olsun!
Welcome, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022. I'm Tutu, your host for today, and we're heading into our last day for the Group Green in week number 2 of PMGC in Kuala Lumpur, live in Malaysia. Right now with me, we have none other than sounds very delicious team Donut USG, Naoto as the fragger. Now, today is going to be the last day of Group Green. Now, do you feel any sort of pressure, and how do you feeling for you and your team as well?
最後の日からどのぐらいプレッシャーを感じですか？
プレッシャーは全く感じてないです。
Or he feels no pressure at all because he have a plan. He gonna stick to the plan.
Oh, they got a new plan today. So speaking of plans, right? So far, the past few days you've been playing quite safe and a bit more conservative, but it doesn't reflect when it comes to the results. So can we know a bit of his sneaky bit of your plan, at least for today?
今日のゲームにチェンジストラテジー何が？ゲームストラテジーのチェンジ。
ゲームプレイスタイル。
はい。
プレイスタイルは今までは保守的守りのイメージが強かったんですけど、最終日で自分たちのプレーを全力で出してもう敵をただひたすら倒すような動きをできたらなと思います。
Alright, basically, yeah, the strategy that we came out didn't work out so well, but today we're gonna improve because we've seen some players replace, and then we're gonna improve today, and then we're gonna stick to the strategy that we have today.
They're not going to spill out the bins for now as we speak, definitely. So, since we talk about the changing of plans and everything, what are your expectations when it comes to your today's performance, like placement or even how many chickens you're expecting?
今日のあなたのゴールを。
目標目標はまず11以上に上がって、そのサバイバルステージに上がれたらなと思ってます。
Yeah, we're gonna get the chicken dinner today, and then we're gonna improve, and then watch for us today.
Okay, we're going to wait and see if that's going to happen. Now, this is going to be a bit of a trivia question. Out of your players, aside from your players, your team, do you have any other team or player that you look up to or respect so much?
あなたのチーム以外一番やばいチーム。
やばいチーム。
やばいチーム、そういうチーム。
強いチーム。
はい。
そうですね。個人的には中国のノバだったりはあるんですけど、今爆発的に動きだったりとても上手なのが HVVP と FF とかが最近上がってきてるので、本当にそこら辺はやばいなと思います。
Yeah, obviously it's like the HVV team that we can see their performance is amazing, and also we also can see the Korean team. That's the team that we're going to watch, and that's the team we're going to look after.
Okay, that's going to be the top teams for now. Definitely, I want to ask one more. Are you ready for game today?
Yep.
Let's go together.
Are you ready for game today?
Ready!
Let's get into the game, guys.
Woo! Let's go.
Welcome, everybody, to the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Green Stage, aka the Group of Death. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Welcome back, guys. And you know what? I just realized that the Group of Death is kind of like a double entendre today. Because one, this is the most difficult group of all the teams, but also, at the end of the day today, 5 teams will be going home and have to wait another 365 days to get this chance again. How does that make you feel, Seb?
Yeah. I can't wait to see what's going to happen today, man. With everything that you just said, with how you hyped it up there, I'm pretty much speechless.
Hey, I hope you guys have your voices ready to yell out, because I hope you guys are going to be able to vote for everybody that's going in the game right now. Vote for your favorite player. It's your last chance for this group, and also we have to give a big thank you to our sponsors, none other than Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports to make gaming and streaming just a cinch, just like that. Hope you guys also got to give a big shout out to our official hotel partner for this PMGC League, and that is Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Alrighty then. I hope we got that out of the way. I hope you guys are following us right now as well. Make sure you click all the buttons. Tell all your friends. Tell your neighbor. Tell your cousin. Tell your aunt. Tell them to come in the show. And make sure they hit that follow button so that way we can make these shows bigger and better every single year. Just like that prize pool. Get bigger and bigger. Here are the participating teams. Glitter, what stands out to you from these squads playing here today?
I mean, after yesterday, the problem is there's too many teams that stood out that we can talk about that actually now have a fighting chance, whether that's teams that are battling to get into our top 3. I mean, you've got Godlike Stalwart right at the bottom of that top 3, followed closely by Vampire and Bacon Time. And then on the other side of the bubble down there at the bottom, Evos and Inko are going to be battling it out to try to stay within the top 11 so that they can at least make it through to the survival stage and not get kicked out early like you were just talking about. I mean, Seven, there's too many teams that can do well.
Yeah, and I think that's why I was speechless earlier, because there's just so many good teams that are actually going to be going towards survival stage that's going to become a group of death on its own, so you don't want to miss out any of that. And then we have the top 4 damage players here. By the way, Godlike Stalwart top. He had a pop-off performance yesterday. This man was able to put up 18 eliminations and 4,354 damage in just one day, which was just absolutely ridiculous. I want to see what Tixie is going to be doing today. He had maybe his most quiet day yesterday. I am going to be looking forward to seeing him bounce back later.
Yeah, and okay, now this is something we talked about at the end of the show. We needed to talk to all of you about it because this is going to be the teams with the most stolen elims. Okay, now, I don't know how everybody apparently has 20 across the board for 2, 3, and 4. Godlike Stalwart at the top with 22. But this is kind of tying into what we talked about. I mean, that's 20 additional points going the way of all of these teams that have been missed out on by the other squads, and that's massive. If you're able to play cleanup crew like this, the ability to jump up the leaderboard is incredible, and we actually saw that happen with Godlike Stalwart, with Fireflux. I mean, Vampire right behind them holding on to their spot in the top 4. It's just been so competitive after yesterday that the points are too close, and every stolen elim will matter.
Oh my goodness. So every elimination's gonna be huge because 7, we have seen it so many times. How many times have we seen it now? Where we see people go home or make it to the big show by just 1 point.
I mean, it happens over and over again, and this is kind of what we were hinting at too. Like, every team is gonna have to make sure they come out and perform every single match, especially on this final day, and especially like the teams that are currently fighting for that top 2, top 3 spot. And also, I know there's a bit of a gap there with HVP with what they were able to do yesterday at the end of the day, but I feel like some of these other teams are actually going to be contending for that first place. Now, when I was talking about the caliber of the teams that might be going to survival stage, I'm going to be looking at Bacon Time, Alpha 7, Nova. We'll get a chance to talk more about all of them. And then Power. I want to see what Power is going to do today. This was a team that at one point yesterday we were actually in 4th place. We didn't really see much of them, and I'm actually glad we're looking at Fireflux here because they had an amazing way to finish the day off yesterday, Glitter.
I mean, the consistency out of Fireflux yesterday, the back-to-back chicken dinners, preceded by the second place finish, shoots them up into second place, and they're not even behind HVVP by all that much. That's a gap that's more than closable, and we saw it closed many times. HVVP did drop down for a little bit, fought their way back up into first place after a little bit of a stall, and I mean, right now, the top 3 is nowhere near set in stone, like you were just saying, Seven.
Yeah, nowhere near. And then when you have 8th place, 7th place, I mean, they're currently tied. You can probably add 6th place. It's a 2-point difference. You know what? Technically, they're kind of tied in a way. And then from all of this, you have other teams that are going to be looking to kind of spoil their way in a little bit more, right? You're going to have some of the teams like Power Esports that I was mentioning, Skylights Gaming, Evils Reborn, Inco Gaming. I mean, these are 2 squads that yesterday were absolutely night and day in the way that they were able to play. And we just heard it from an interview there from Donuts USG. I would actually like to see Donuts USG showcase more of their skills because they have just been absolutely quiet this whole week. It's not the performance that I expected out of them considering how big their esports scene is over there. And then last but not least, you got Knights. I mean, they're in last place. I saw Coops being able to tweet out using hashtag PMGC 2022 saying we got nothing to lose. So I want to see them play like they got nothing to lose. And Glitter, we talked about them yesterday. We're going to talk about them a lot more, I feel like, today. Evos and Inco Gaming. You can see top 5 rate is tied, right?
Dang.
But that's not technically true. Because yesterday alone, Inco Gaming, they were averaging about a 7th place finish. Meanwhile, Evos was averaging a 12th place finish, which is, Evos definitely needs to change that.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned it too, because they're going to be fighting to just stay alive in the survival stage. And as we take a look at some of the other squads that were slightly more successful yesterday, you can see just how much Fireflux specifically skyrocketed themselves up. And on the stark contrast, I'm glad that they're up here, is Damwon, because they were another team that had really jumped themselves up their leaderboard, then fell off, and when they got quiet, Bacon Time held their spot, Fireflux pushed up, and Godlike Stalwart pushed up as well and put themselves above Damwon. They're probably another squad we're going to be able to be keeping our eyes on to see if they can get back up into the top 3, because they were there at one point, Jukes.
Yes, 1 point indeed. And I just kind of want to give a quick reminder again for anybody that's just possibly tuning in here for the first time. Again, top 3 will be getting that automatic golden ticket to the finals. The bottom 5 are going home today, and those 8 in between are only going to have another chance, a very distinct slight chance to possibly make it in again. So the stakes could not be any higher here. And, you know, for a team like the Knights, who are in last place right now, the only American representatives, you know, they are 27 points behind today. So they have dug a heck of a hole for themselves today. But you know what? Let's talk about the teams that you guys have picked to watch and keep an eye on today. Seven, why don't we start with your picks?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go with that one. They were super quiet yesterday. This tends to be a team that can be very passive, and I feel like that hurt them in a big, big way. I think they only had one game where they actually ended up with more than 5 eliminations. They need to switch that up, and I mean, we got to go with Alpha 7. We got to go with Nova 2. These are teams that are can put themselves within striking distance, and they have that potential, right? They have that potential that they can have amazing performances. We saw it, especially out of Alpha 7 yesterday. They ended up something with along the lines of 32 points in one game. If they can come in today and do that, it's going to set them up great, Glitter.
Yeah, and then, I mean, there's so many teams to talk about. That's the problem with having to pick for the top of the show. Everyone's so close. But Fireflux, like we've said a bunch of times now, I mean, they closed out the day with a second place, a first place, a first place. They are on a massive snowball effect right now with their momentum. So they might be able to carry that into today and at least keep themselves in that top 3, on top of the fact that I would then also kind of looking down towards the bottom. With Inco, obviously, Bacon was on there as well. Bacon has just had a stellar performance, and they got a little bit quiet, fell out of the top 3, but they'll probably bounce back, and then Inco needs to make their way into that bubble, Jukes.
Well, let's see if they can here. Let's get game 1 started. I hope you guys are ready. You got your popcorn yesterday. Glitter let you know, so you had to notice in advance. Let's take it on over to our casters.
So much on the line for so many of these teams coming into today's games. It is the final day of Group Green, and we are so ready for this first Erangel, Zute.
Oh, yeah. Anything can happen at this point. The table spread, it is tight for the top 3, also for the people or for the teams trying to get into the survival stage to continue on. But like Hot Juke said, this is the group of death, and there are going to be some teams meeting their demise and getting their bags packed home, and this is going to be the end of the tournament for them. One of the teams looking like they're about ready to pack it back home would be the Knights. They seem focused, though, on the player cams. Of course, we got godlike stalwarts here looking in much better spirits after their explosive 3 days.
Yeah, godlike stalwart now in 3rd place on the overall standings with 189. 9 points ahead of Vampire in 4th place. So they have got that little bit of a buffer, and they're definitely in contest for some of the top spots. So good news for them on yesterday's games, taking control of one of those top 3 spots.
And we are off. First map of the day, Erangel. Now this map order, this sequence, right, it is as normal as can be, right? Pretty cut and standard. We've seen it all across the different, tournaments leading up to here. But man, this week, this second week in particular, the circles and the shifts have been anything but normal.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. We've seen some wild hard shift zone 1. We ended up near Stalber, I think, last time around over on Erangel, so it's really been quite the loop throwing. Yeah, north of Stalber, right? It's very, very unlikely to end up out there. We're on with a plane path, though, that's quite deep cut south here. Going to be struggling potentially to get up to that north side a little bit early on. I imagine this might prompt some hot drops.
Yeah. We saw yesterday a very far eastern path, and that led to 2 casualties. Teams stretching towards the west, got caught on parachuting for like a vehicle, and another team got the better of them. So we might see the same thing happen here for teams trying to stretch up to the north.
Big change. HVVP, Military Island, normally dropping up in North George.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest change that I'm seeing right now, certainly the one that I've noticed. Tournament leaders currently changing their drop spot. Normally they're dropping out for vehicles and heading all the way up north, but I mean, they smelt all the teams dropping out early.
Yeah.
And seemingly rightly so. I mean, you've got Nova moving up there, You-Do Alliance moving near Gatka, 1 Million and Fireflux all on that west coast. Those vehicles going to be so hot right now.
I love that adjustment, though, because we were just talking about it, right? It's plane path super far south. There might be altercations heading up north, and instantly HVVP, they make an adjustment. They don't want to risk anything. As dominant and as confident as this team is, they don't leave anything to chance or happenstance.
Got plenty more to play with moving forwards. It'll be interesting to see how they navigate going for the crossing back to the mainland, because the circle did pop. It goes to the east side, centering south of Yasnaya Fields, near that sort of shelter mansion in between school area on the hillsides. Repo Boy spotted out. That's Paraboy there.
Yeah.
Nova.
It's Paraboy for you with the DP4X. Oh, this brings back memory. I remember the first time I met Paraboy. It was in the finals in Berlin, right? And luckily for me,
goodness me, yeah,
my booth I was representing, I believe Omen at the time, was right next to the Nova squad. And by then we've already heard like rumors and like there's this guy named Paraboy, this team called Nova, they're insane. And I want to finish this story real quick because, flashbacks, but Paraboy with the DP in the training room, right? Everyone's warming up on their phones, and all I hear next to me is a DP firing off for the whole hour and a half, and it's Paraboy like zeroing in on his skills, and I mean, you saw it right there. Hits the shots and gets the knock.
It's a very valuable weapon, that long-range suppressive ability. The damage that it's able to put out and the magazine size as well. You can consistently hit those shots. You're going to be getting a lot of a reward for it. Down 1, they've grabbed a bike, a vehicle or 2, currently split 2 and 2. 2 players back over towards school and apartments, that sort of area of the map. 2 a little bit further east, but they are just grabbing those vehicles, looking to regroup.
Yeah, and they managed to pick up an elimination point onto either, I think, USG Donuts. Yeah, so we were talking earlier, Damwon Gaming, if you actually take a look at their map performances from yesterday, they had a really bad day. I believe you were saying they had only one top 10 finish in all of yesterday.
Yeah, they came 5th in round 16 in the 16th match with 8 eliminations. So that's a decent game, right? But other than that, 11th, 14th, 14th, 12th, 16th.
Wow.
And overall, they were able to pick up 8 eliminations total in those 5 other games, right? So it was a disaster of a day, quite frankly, for Damwon. This was a team that was in the top 3 and is still in the conversation, but 156 points to the bubble of 189, it's quite the hill to climb today.
They can pull it off, though, like you said. I think teams from the 4th position down to the 8th position, doable. Definitely doable. It just depends on how these matches go. And if we can learn anything from days 1 through 3, you can't count anybody out. Like, for example, Fireflux, I think after day 1, they were like, what, definitely bottom half, but like deep down in the bottom half. And now look at them, 2nd place, right?
Yeah.
Bacon won the very first game of the very first day, and then they dropped down. By the 2nd day, they were also in the deep down bottom half. Now they're in 5th. So anything could happen here.
It's high volatility. I mean, these circle changes really have, I would say, changed the dynamic of these lobbies. We saw it in Group Red. We were thinking, oh, maybe it's just the dynamics of this group particularly. Maybe it's just how these teams interact. Maybe it's a little bit more volatile. Seemingly, no. It's now been seen again with just how volatile these tables could be, how wild these swings can come through. And it's really nice to see it starts to consolidate towards the end as it did over in Group Red. And I feel like we're going to be seeing that over the course of today in Group Green.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned the word volatile, but I don't want the audience to get the wrong idea. It's volatile in the sense that it gives everybody a chance, like a fighting chance to get their win in towards the late game, as long as you can make it into the late game. So the circles make the leaderboards volatile, because any decent team towards the end game, could really get a good shot at winning the match, because it's not like super huge shrinks where it like hard shifts even more. Like we still see drastic hard shifts, but because the circle doesn't shrink as much, you don't have to, YOLO it across like multiple teams to just get sight lines of where you want to break into the next circle. So it gives everybody a good fighting chance. So with that fighting chance, we've seen teams constantly get a chance to go up and then go down and go up and go down.
Probably no more important position for that to be able to happen than the bottom of the tables, right? It's going to be a little bit closer there as well. Seeing if those teams can jump up is going to be one of the running themes of today. EVOS obviously on the bubble right now with 102 points, and seemingly one of the very few teams that are at risk. Skylights Gaming 124. I mean, sure, there's danger there, but it's a lot less than teams like, well, for EVOS specifically. Power again a little bit further up, so that survival bracket looking pretty good for them at this stage. Teams above them as well looking very, very solid into the survival bracket. I'm just looking at last week's 11th place bubble, 153 points, which was Box Gaming coming in last week for Group Red in 11th place. So if you're jumping up and pushing over that, I would say 160 mark, you're going to be very, very safe to be confirmed into those survival brackets, no matter what, pretty much. But those teams that are over that scoreline already are the teams fighting for the top 3.
The other thing with the bottom of the bracket, I feel like those teams generally down there just, won't have explosive games. So EVO's not very safe, only 12 points ahead. But that 12-point difference is kind of a bigger gap than like a 12-point difference around the 3rd and 4th place team, right? Because the 4th place team is very strong. They could easily get more than 12 points in a single match. But as for, bottom of the leaderboards, if you have 12 points ahead of the next team down below you, chances are that team isn't going to, close that 12-point gap as likely as, the top end of the leaderboard.
The scoring potential and in general the average scoring at the top, you're right, is just much, much higher on average. But there is always that little glimmer of hope. We'll have to wait and see if anyone's going to be able to realize that. Circle pops down, centers up towards Shelter, just to the north of Farm on that southeast side. It's a fairly hard south shift, but a lot of those teams were already south side of the river. No one really playing in the area north of Yasnaya. So, quite frankly, a lot of teams are already in this one.
Yeah. I love what HVP is doing here. They come in from the very south because, you know, adjusting to the plane path, but they'll still wrap around and rotate all the way to the north and work this circle from north down, because, I mean, that's what they do every single time. So even though they change up their drop spot, you know, they're going to stick to their game plan, and they just come in from the north once again.
So they can go back to their basics. It will be a little bit slower in terms of getting on the road there, but you're right. I mean, they'll know exactly how to handle this. They'll be used to it, maybe coming off the back of a fight that they've been embroiled in. Obviously, being ticked away by the blue means that their armor and stuff will be still there, but they will still have to have expended those meds. So it's kind of a similar situation to if you get hot dropped and win it out.
Oh, Nova.
Things heating up, though. Nova onto EVOS, our current bubble team. Nova, a team needing a good day today to try and move up towards those top three. Paraboy spotted by Schweppes with the SKS. Has to go for the reload there. Or it's not quite landing it just yet. Order up onto the roof already. Lizo down. Microboy down. The building already cleared by Nova. And now they can turn their attention over towards the backstop. The other duo from EVOS. Redface puts a nade in through the window. A reposition from Order. It isn't going to be good enough. He's not quick enough on the feet. Will go down to it.
Yeah, Order saw that nade coming in and tried to juke it. And Nova, not a team that usually just takes engagement straight up, especially this early on, but Nova knows their backs are against the wall and they need to pick up points and chicken dinners here. So it works out for them as one of the EVOS player going to help gets third party. We have a team Molly going out, just confirming the pretty much knock of a down teammate. So EVO's now down to 1, and Nova's going to be able to full reset. They're fighting like near center circle. This is risky. Definitely risky for the Nova team. But they know what they have to do, and they have to take some risks now at this point to get up to the top 3.
There's 2 third parties coming in. Godlike Stalwart on the eastern side, and on the south, it's Vampire, both of whom are looking the way of Nova versus EVOS. Lapar, the last player now standing for EVOS. It's not looking good for their game. A hard northwest shift, though, and that's going to move those third parties away from those sight lines. Vampire trying to break up north.
That's a big shift up to the northern side. Vampire is going to go ahead and rotate, swinging by the Nova team. I do imagine Nova might just decide to hold down this hillside. Yep, where Paraboy is. The EVOS fight not fully done quite yet. There's still 1 player left of EVOS, and I think Nova might be staying down there to finish up that point, potentially, because I don't see any better spot for them to rotate to. There is that dip smack dab in the center of the zone that no team have taken just yet, and Jimmy always being, you know, the little bit riskier scout to find better positions. Jimmy might end up sniffing that one out, but he's going to return back, and they're just going to play it slow from this position.
Maybe they have readjusted and made that change, because, I mean, we saw Jimmy make some quite wild plays yesterday, once or twice, to be honest.
With rotations.
Uncharacteristically dangerous, I would say, and with a bit of a lack of foundation there. But it is, of course, Nova, and I'm sure that there's something that we don't know about it. Maybe it was a little bit of a misstep, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. EVOS, 1 player left, looks for the shots, doesn't even really get a lick of damage in there. I think Paraboy didn't even take damage there either.
Yeah, that AK close range, like if you can hit the shot, it does a lot of damage, but it just fires so slow. And Nova, they're taking risks, but then again, being very cautious, right? Jimmy went back up the hill to scoop up Paraboy to go down and take the safe compound rather than playing on the hilltop. I do think the hilltop is a strong position as far as vision goes, but maybe Jimmy, you know, thinking better of it, like, hey, it doesn't matter what we could see. We could kind of assume almost everything's already taken. So let's just see where this circle goes, and we'll plan our next step as a 4-man team, then potentially losing Paraboy, you know, up there by himself. But once they take care of EVOS, downhill, they might go back to a more comfortable 2-2 split, which is what we're kind of seeing right now. Meanwhile, everyone else just been chilling in the circle, waiting to see where the next shift goes. That middle gap pocket still open, a very strong position that nobody's taken up just quite yet.
And let's just highlight as well, that was EVOS that went down. Our current bubble team, 102 points.
Correct.
So for all of those bottom 5 teams, this is a chance now to try and move up and challenge out those areas. The question is, how many of them will be able to do it at the same time? Because we've seen this a couple of times where a team that really needs it has a really good game, but then everyone above them also has a solid game. And they put that on the cards, and it kind of just negates the whole thing. So if you're a team at the bottom, not only do you want to try and challenge up towards EVOS, you need those other teams around you to also have a little bit of a lackluster performance.
Here comes Vampire on the rotation, and they sniff it out. They're like, no way this spot's still open. They'll take it. It's on the edge of zone, however. I do think that blown up car there was what was deterring teams from taking this spot. They see a blown up car vehicle there, they're assuming like, okay, there's probably a squad already taking that spot up. Vampire will indeed take it. I see Nova swinging down to the southeast. They're going to work their way in from the bunker shelters. And we've seen Nova just play that area so many times. Here comes a full send out of the Knights. They're going to go for it. They actually... Okay,
They're going.
That's just how Knights... Yeah, okay.
I don't have anything to say about that. That was all 4 people rotating in a vehicle. We say we don't like it. Hang on a minute, because there's a third-party power moving in, potentially capitalizing on the chaos sown by the Pittsburgh Knights, crashing straight on into the Vampire stronghold, and Vampire are dispatched. Power take a little bit of damage, sure, but with 3 players, they take up this position. Bit of a crazy set of events there.
All I gotta say is, if you're gonna drive through that area, you stop and take the fight if there's a team there. There is no, oh, it's taken, let's keep driving. You're all going to get shot out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, if they full send crash that is a viable play. I've seen it happen quite a few times. Like Power just did it.
Exactly, yeah.
Teams are able to full send that and 4v4 and win, even though it does seem like they're at a disadvantage. But for you to full send that and meet a team and then keep driving, that's just certain death. Meanwhile, Nova on the bunker side, like I said, a team that plays this area day in, day out, all the time. They're going to try and take control of this. They will force Bacon Time back down deep into the bunkers and have control of this, but there's still the team of godlike stalwarts just right across to their western side holding down the other bunkers.
Order posting up top. Paraboy as well, controlling these sightlines. Wants to cook a nade and put it down the stairs. Force Bacon Time down further into the bunker. They're just checking their angles, they're biding their time. A lot of the bunkers are still in this next circle, so they can chill for a little bit, but they will have to fight out. Northern side starting to get a little bit hotter as HVVP start to engage over onto Udo Alliance. This is to the eastern flank right now, playing a 2-2 split with HVVP.
HVVP, I think they had the 2 players in the back to, manage their flanks, the backfill as always. Now that they got 2 openings, they're going to go straight in and go for the kill. Udo Alliance now down to 1. HVVP about to pick it up.
I can't fault that. I mean, you even saw they were on a 2-2 split. The 2 who took a fight said, we've got a knock, we've got some damage in. The other 2 around both flanks with the vehicles just came in. A beautiful pincer maneuver to Ballet.
And there's that flank that they were worried about. USG Donuts take up that position. Luckily for HVVP, though, USG Donuts is only a 3-man team. Not as much firepower to do what HVVP did to Udo Alliance. And the next circle's about to shift, too. So that leaves less time for them to be aggressive on. The circle goes down to the south. Good news for Nova. They're in zone. Star Wars Esports also in zone. Another team right now trying to hold that top 3 position. Meanwhile, Damwon Gaming on the back foot of things, needing to push past Alpha 7.
They're both with the blue to their side right now, so everyone has to move south on this. Alpha 7 have the advantage in that they've got a knock over towards Osel. And that's going to mean that Damwon Kia have to figure out how to get this one back up. Or if they can at all, or it looks like they aren't. Carrillo puts that nade in. And Osal will fall. Down 1 on 3 players. They're very close to HVVP as well. Taking shots over towards Donuts USG. Bacon Time. Delusions of grandeur potentially going up against Nova. The buggy in the way. Are they actually fully trapped here?
Yeah. I was surprised Bacon Time went all 4 into the bunker, because that's such a standard play. If everyone goes into the bunker, you just park a vehicle in the entrance and you just trap them in. I do think maybe Bacon Tom has an exit though. If they navigate the bunkers, they could come up and fight out through an open bunker. We'll see if that does happen as HVVP just doing HVVP things. Godlike Star Wars picking up to 5 eliminations too though, so they're actually putting in work as well.
Donuts USG, 3 players. HVVP want to fight out to the south, but there is potential for Down One to backstab here. It looks like they're going to try and take that opportunity. HVVP turning and adjusting, going for that alternate fight. Kitsune, though, still wants to suppress Lufa in that shack and will do so beautifully with a nade posted right through the window. Not a lot you can do there. It's not like you can shut that letterbox. Down One. Out of the Alpha 7 frying pan and into the HVVP fire. Actually, Alpha 7 getting lit up as well. HVVP will need to move in further. Down One taking heavy casualties. Donuts USG also suffering from their sidelines.
So much chaos right now happening on the northern side. We have 3 teams trying to just make their way slowly creeping into the circle. Another full send by USG Donuts here. Forced to try and take this dip when they lost Lupa, and it's not working out for them. Down to just 1 player, and that is Donuts out. Teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, not really making much, leeway into the Evos going out early. There is still Inko and 1 million, however. Bacon Time did find an exit strategy, and they found their exit strategy right into the jaws of godlike Star Wars.
Seems like it's going all right for now. They have managed to get out. None of them are fully flushed just yet. It's like Isis is going to stick this res. Style caught. Top not answered on towards. One of the top damage dealers in the lobby right now. And he's fragging out with the rest of his team at the backup as well. Pika swings out wide. Top does finally get fallen. And there we will see actually Godlike Stalwart backing it on up into the entrance because there will be other teams looking this way. Nice nade coming through from Action to seal the deal. There's actually HVVP on the northern side going to be trying to move on through. Alpha 7 giving them hell for it. Kitsune will be one of the 2 players remaining. Flush is actually going out towards HVVP. This is a brilliant game for Inko. The top team in those bottom 5, we're going to try and leapfrog on out of that red zone, of that danger zone. Playing from a really solid central compound. Look at that circle as well for them.
HVVP Action taking a beating right now from Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 make a slight mistake. We'll lose a player unnecessarily. It is a 3v1. Alpha 7 should be able to finish this up. Kitsune, the IGL, last man standing, goes for the run over, and there we go. They do knock their own teammate with that. Luckily for them, he is only knocked. Sometimes vehicle explosions will finish a teammate out completely, so they'll get that revive. Alpha 7 with 7 eliminations and 3 up. They have a good vantage point to see the rest of the playing field, but everything is taken, as we can tell here.
Well, that's not only good news now for Inko, but good news for Godlike Stalwart. 189 with 8 eliminations. Nova is able to pick up a power player. But 189 with 8 eliminations, that puts them on 197. So they are within striking distance of HVVP this game. They can put themselves in that conversation. Unfortunately, they are kind of trapped out in the cold on the south side.
Nova right now with 6 eliminations, doing very well for themselves as well. Oh, taking the 4v4 now with Godlike Star Wars. They're making that full committal push. Top is down. Top is finished. That was actually stolen away by Inko, so huge for Inko to try and break through the bubble. Star Wars, this is a 3v3 because we do have order down in the shack.
Scry and Action both fall as well. Just Pika now tries to move past Jimmy. And with an M249, it feels like Jimmy is just a beast with this gun. It is so impactful when it's in his hands. We saw it yesterday over on Miramar. Seems like Erangel will feel its wrath too.
Yeah, he's been rocking that M249 a lot. Last game on Erangel in that Wizard Tower, he was nailing shots with it. Speaking about getting pinned down though, Alpha 7 getting pinned, but a good nade right back. Skylights Gaming, they only have 2 players up. This could be the chance for Alpha 7 to go in and take this position over, this fortress of a position.
Only the 1 player up now as Mythic leads the charge on into the building, looking for the flushes. See if they can pick up the rest of it. Just Nima on the outside, actually, by the wall, by the vehicle. They know he's there, spots the ankles, and in comes the swing. Revo does go down, but Carrillo's there for the backup. Revo, again, the only casualty here for Alpha 7. They'll have to res him one more time.
What a takeover. Skylights Gaming was here first, and Alpha 7 down to 3-man was able to successfully make that push and take the position over. Inco still with 4 up, 1 million, crashed, playing on the walls, just laying prone, laying quiet. And Nova, we've seen them funneling players back and forth. They're setting up for their potential next move. Still got quite a few teams left in here, quite a few players. 5 teams left. Fireflux, Solke, last one up. Still hanging in there, this team. Just so resilient right now the longer this tournament goes on.
Nova, 4 players, 10 eliminations. We said today needed to be good for them. This is how you start it out. Look at the split that they're going for right now. This is a statement.
Beautiful positioning. Alpha 7, Lord Nades going back and forth. That's right on the windowsill. Does not go in though.
How did that not hit him? Goodness me. Just finds the edge, but I don't think I've ever seen it so perfectly placed with the camera right there and the nade just landing right on the windowsill. I love it.
A nade never looks so big on camera, right?
I know, right? It's crazy.
It's right in front of your face. Oh, new zone has shifted. It will go up north, giving Nova partial zone. The fortress right here, though. However, Alpha 7, 1 million will be sitting cozy. Inco looking to edge in, I think. They won't go for the full push, and that's a good nade for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 up to 11. All the teams that need to start popping off are really picking it up already in terms of eliminations. And wow. This one.
So close. Inco spotted by Order. Nova moving in from that south side. 1 million really struggling. They're just trying to hold out, but a 5th place finish is great for their chances. Over towards the bottom side of the table. Inco as well looking to strike out. Or rather the opposite, not strike out on the tournament with this performance.
Every team jockeying for positioning right now. Inco's trying to see where they're going to play next. And if the pressure out of Nova is strong enough, they might end up just crashing the wall side. Inco looking like they're actually going to try and slowly move this in with all 4 players of Nova focusing, but good cover fire from the back 3 will return some fire onto Order.
No knocks just yet, but Vitali feels the wrath. Order is traded up onto wards for Nova, so potential readjustment needed to try and get that res, but Inco are going to stabilize. They have the hard cover of the wall to go for the res. Jimmy drops those smokes, lines up that cover, and gets Order back to his feet. Well, he will do in just a moment. But then Ebete gives them that little foothold for Inco to try and move across this road.
Yeah, gotta watch out for Solke, though. This man is about to cause trouble for Inco. Nanabete up close, trying to get some more nades in to confirm that knock. Frozen right now can get a third or get some shots into Alpha 7, but Nova really need to watch out for this other team right now.
Ooh, it is really dicey here as the circle again shrinks onto the fortress. 5th place, 1 elimination for 1 million. It's not much, but it'll do. It will put them, well, rather it will keep them towards the top of that elimination bracket. Not be happy about it. Inco with a little bit more impact here. 5 eliminations and 4th place guaranteed, but Order lands the nade onto Nanobate. Can't volley it back. Solke, solo player, still undetected in the grass.
He's gonna wait for one more player of Inco to fall before he starts striking it. Oh, I was just gonna say, Frozen was able to spot out Alpha 7, meaning he should move away from that position. He was gonna get caught eventually. And he does get found. Nova lose a player right there. Alpha 7, look at that split. They have all the sides of the circle covered. They're looking to win this match, but Solke now decides to strike with his grenades, and Inco taken out.
Did anybody else notice that it was Solke there? Do anyone else feel that there's a player in this direction? Nova potentially looking to scout out that way. I think Jimmy might have a little bit of an inkling that someone's there. They might have heard a nade, but might have expected it's just one of their other players. Solke, actually a real chance to sneak across this road. Nope, Revo spots it. Order
spots it.
Yeah, Revo does take care of that. Order was knocked in the meantime. Now it's Alpha 7 versus Nova. 13 eliminations on the cards. Paraboy tries to dip out wide, and Jimmy now trying to hold it up for Nova. The only player remaining, Alpha 7. 1 versus 3. Jimmy left alone, but he's on the inside. Has got the building and cover. Rio is first to go down. And remember, he's still got that M249. There's plenty of bullets. Gets the flush. 1 versus 2. Jimmy Playing from the door frame, will spot Revo on the run. I think the nade is there. 3 nades to put into this building. Can he find Jimmy?
17 eliminations, by the way. Jimmy in a 1v2. This is going to be the most difficult clutch for him ever. He needs to isolate the 1v1s. He finds Mythic isolated in the 1v1, but he runs back and forth to get a shot on to Revo. He needs to go for that drop shot right now for any chance. And Alpha 7, though, however, takes the match with 18 eliminations. However, Nova, second place finish with a lot of eliminations themselves. Trouble is, Alpha 7 was ahead of them, and Alpha 7's another team contending for that top spot, that top 3. Crazy games. Also a great game for Inco contending for that survival spot. They finished out in 4th place, I believe.
Some really important games coming through from quite a few teams. Inco, you're at 4th place with Fireflux actually outlasting them there on the sneaky little play. But getting in there, getting a whole heap of points for it as well. Great news at the bottom of the tables, 1 million as well. Pretty deep into that game, a 5th place, 1 elimination. So great news on that front, but it's Alpha 7 to take that chicken dinner, coming in with an 18 elimination point game as well. That is going to be really, really good news for the squad, as well as Nova, both of whom were sat on 154 at the start of today. So this was a really important fight to see who was going to take that lead, but both of them get a whole heap of points.
Yeah, just like we said, the leaderboards are starting to change. Once again, teams are setting themselves up for that position. Evos on the bubble go out extremely early with 0 points.
Vampire Esports as well kind of went down to the Pittsburgh Knights crash that was questionable at best. They will be dropping down even further. Alpha 7 on their tail and on the tail of the top 3 as well.
We talked about it at the top of the show, how much Alpha 7 needed to start off strong today. They were 7's team to watch. 33 total points, the most so far in this tournament in game number 1. And then Nova pops off as well. Glitter, what's going on?
I love it. This is what we were here for. We knew the last day of this group was going to be pure insanity. Alpha 7 and Nova, probably 2 of the heaviest hitters that weren't really where we thought they were going to be in the overall standings. And now after this performance, I mean, Nova almost hits a 30-point mark as well. And then to be fair, though, the performances followed up very closely by Fireflux, who was in 2nd, Godlike, who was in 3rd, and Inco, who was all the way down at the bottom, 7.
Oh, I'm happy, okay? And can we talk about Mythic? 8 eliminations when your team needed the most, 1100 damage, and then you go to Jimmy. For a second there, we thought he might be able to clutch it up 1v3 against Alpha 7. That is ridiculous that I'm saying that, but it could have happened. He ended up with 6 elims, Order 2 with 6 elims, and then Revo. I mean, the teams that we were talking about, like Hot Juke said, the teams that needed to have those pop-off performances, they just did. And this is why we were picking them at the beginning of the day. I mean, these teams have that potential. They have that potential to break the record of Group Green in regards to points, and Alpha 7 just did that.
Absolutely insane. And you know what? I missed it at the top of the show. I wanted to say it. But you know what? Before we do that, of course, guys, make sure you guys go vote right now. Get inside the game, get your PMGC tokens, and hopefully you get all the right picks and you're able to get some of those sweet rewards. But you know, one thing I missed at the top of the show was like, hey, the teams, the clutch factor, right? You have to have that in order to get a great performance here on the last day. And it doesn't hurt to have an insane amount of experience at this stage already. Nova, 2 champions, previous champions twice in a row, you know, Alpha 7 having tons of belts on their thing. The only thing they're missing is a PMGC belt. And just look at how it started off. Alpha 7 first, Nova second.
Yeah, and I mean, the aggressiveness out of Nova right from the get-go. You even mentioned, I mean, it seems like they did their homework yesterday.
Yeah.
They were looking to see what they were going to be able to cut off, maybe get some easy points. They were able to do that right off the bat with getting one of the players from Euro Alliance. And then on top of that, they just kept wanting to get into fights. When we saw the fight between Nova and Evos, we saw Paraboy being able to hold the off angle, and that ultimately ended up helping out the team. So you can see this teams definitely came to play, and the teams that are at the top, the teams that were in that top 3, need to watch out. But something that you did mention though, Glitter, is Fireflux consistency continues into today.
Literally, like if we are taking the performance from yesterday, they're now 4 games in a row where they don't finish outside of the top 3, and that was coming off of the back-to-back chickens. Now they have a 3rd place finish to start today off. I mean, Jukes, they're looking very strong.
Oh, they're looking so strong. I mean, it's ridiculous to see how they're doing so far. And guys, if you always think there's always room for improvement, right? Go ahead and take out the survey and just leave some comments, you know, what you think we could do better, what more you want to see, you know, or what we're doing right. You know, all that kind of good stuff here. So, man, it's just, you know, the one thing you mentioned, Seven, earlier, when it came to Nova on Udo Alliance, that was insane. You know, they did their homework. They saw that player would go loot first and then to the vehicle and just knock them out. Let's take a look at these overall rankings. Woo!
What a push-up
Hello,
right there,
Alpha
Glitter,
7.
from Alpha 7. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, too. And with HBVP actually not having a good performance there, guess what? Fireflux being able to push up a lot closer there, got like Stalwart. This is going to come down to the last game, Glitter.
This is insane, too, because still the points are very, very close. I mean, yeah, Vampire drops down, Bacon drops down, Damwon continues their downward trend, but just that first page alone, that gap is still close. Well, this is amazing. Okay, we needed to see this too. Inco, for the first time, are within the top 11, putting them in there for contention for their survival stage by 1 point, which this also kind of ties into what we were talking about with those stolen elims. Every single point that you can get on the board for your squad, it matters, okay? They are literally, they're neck and neck. They're almost identical in where they have their points distributed as well, Seven.
Inco deserves it too. We saw them not being too passive at the end of that game. We saw them being able to try to get those easy eliminations here and there. So you can tell that they felt the urgency. Now it becomes a question of, can they maintain that kind of urgency? Can they maintain that position? Because we have seen it go back and forth yesterday. As soon as Evos dropped out of the top 11, we saw an urgency out of Evos, and then they started stepping up their play. Going into Miramar, though, I am happy that Alpha 7 got a chicken dinner out of the way before the Miramar. I feel like they have been waiting always for the Miramar match to kickstart their day. That's not the case, and you can see going into Miramar, Glitter, Alpha 7 is one of the top performers.
Yeah, I was going to say, now we've got the Miramar specialists already hot off of the first match, and this could be really massive for Alpha 7. We saw how close they got after that first match when it comes to the top 3, and this is now their specialty. I mean, clearly they've got the best stats, but to be fair, every other top squad around them, Nova, HVVP, and Vampire Esports, all also doing well on Miramar. Looks like they're going to have to start taking out some of their competition.
Yep, it's about that time. I mean, it's so crazy just to see how Alpha 7 dominated that first match. I mean, they're just going to be big chilling here in Miramar. Hopefully they just don't get a little too overconfident. Still got some work to do, but man, are they in a good position. Let's take a look at y'all's teams to watch. Of course, 7, you had to pick that Alpha 7 pick. That makes total sense here. But hey, I also see you pick 1 million.
I did pick 1 million because what we saw there under overall, guess what? They, with the performance out of Evos, with the performance out of Inco, now is a 3-team race for that 11th spot. And I also pick Evos because of what I mentioned earlier. Now they're not in the top 11. Now they're going to feel that urgency that they felt yesterday. And we know what they were capable of. And I do see that you have Inco on your teams to watch, Glitter?
Because for the exact same reason. Now Inco's in the top 11. You know they don't want to let that go. And like you said, they're playing more aggressively than we've seen them play so far, and it looks good on them. So if they can keep this up, they might be able to continue at least giving themselves a little bit of breathing room when it comes to their back and forth with EVOS, and focus on some of those teams above them. And then I want to see what we can do with the consistency out of Fireflux, and then obviously Nova. Looking good.
Yep. Something to keep an eye on, by the way, going into this Miramar.
What's up?
Vampire Esports needs to watch out for Knights. Knights got nothing to lose, so we might end up actually seeing some fights there early.
Do it.
Well, hey, let's take a look right now. We're ready to go. The players are loaded and ready. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Zute for some Miramar action.
It's time for Miramar, an Alpha 7 special, potentially, on the cards coming through for this squad. And it couldn't be at a more vital time in the tournament. We are starting to see the teams that are willing to go that extra mile start to step up.
Yeah, I think everybody has been just stepping up constantly, besides the teams towards the bottom, right? But even teams that started out in the bottom have found their way near the top, or at least in the mid-pack at some point. Now, this is the very last day for this group. First game's done and out of the way. That sometimes does set the tone and pacing for a lot of these teams. And some teams that really needed the points, you know, they kind of fluffed it. EVOS in particular, they were on that bubble and they got knocked out. 0 points gained, taken out early, and a team also just passed them up. That could do a lot of, you know, mental stress for a team like EVOS.
And these are all champion teams in their own right, from their own regions, right? So you cannot give those opportunities to these players. Even the teams towards the bottom of the tables, right? They absolutely have that caliber of play that they can seize those opportunities should they present themselves. So you cannot give an inch. Otherwise that mile might be taken and it might not be your choice.
Playing path, not too bad. Coming in from the east, stretching to the northwest. Might be some altercations, but any team stretching down to the southwest, there shouldn't be too many, right? Maybe you'll get a Chuma team and a Vile de Mar team, and then some trash loot south of Los Leones. We've seen some teams elect to go there. But otherwise, I don't think we'll see any big altercations here. Nova dropping out right over Minas Generalis. That is their typical loot location. Picado being taken up by the Knights, and everything does look pretty normal to start off this Miramar match.
So far, not too many hot drops on the vehicles. We have seen a couple of scuffles over the last couple of days. EVOS out on the north side of Impala. That's a very, very south circle. Centering actually to the south of Los Leones.
You know,
the trend continues, right? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say I sound like a broken record, but we have not seen this circle before on Miramar. We haven't.
It's yeah. I mean,
we just have not.
That's fair. In certainly not in Group Green. I mean, we've had.
Yeah.
I think we had a south-leaning finish. We had a circle that had a lot of the water near Los Higos still in it for a long time over in Group Red. That was one. That was quite an interesting game. It was, yeah, interesting. I'll leave it at that. You go back and watch it last week if you're watching at home. I definitely recommend that. But yeah, we've not seen it lean this far to the east. That south coast can gain a lot of value from this.
And the playing path also, you know, stretching to the north. So for teams to navigate Miramar from north to south, I would say it's more difficult. If you take a look at the way the roads are laid out on the map and Miramar in general, a lot of the roads run east to west. Not a lot of, you know, straight shots from north to south besides on the far east and far west. So we might see a lot of teams have to elect to do, you know, the looping rotations, which does end up, you know, having a huge congestion on both the east and the west. And if you were to go from north to south, it's just you're going over hills. Like, there's no straight shot road from the north down to the south. And if there is one, there's usually some central choke point where a team on the high ground could really camp it out. So this is probably going to be the most difficult Miramar game in terms of rotations, given the plane path as well being so far to the north.
So potentially that direct approach route is going to be tricky. So teams like Damwon could have a better time of it. You could see them moving down that west coast and coming in from the side, right? Moving past Bahia de Mar and playing that south coast road to come in from the side. So I imagine that we might see a couple more teams follow suit. I'm looking at Bacon Time and El Pozo and even HVVP up north. Although, to be fair, you can't count them out. Just sort of slowly moving in with the circle from that north side.
I think depending on how fast they rotate, they might just go for the straight shot, like straight down the middle. I've noticed this before in competitive matches with circles exactly like this. So many teams try to do the wrap that one oddball team that just goes straight down the middle, they actually find a better, chance at, navigating the zones as compared to everyone else. So it's kind of like, do what everybody else is not doing, and it ends up being better. It's like mind games pretty much. But we'll see what happens here as the Knights rotating very early out of Picado, sub 5 minutes. Once again, Xenox taking a little snooze in his car right there, just chilling.
He has tipped it a little bit, seemingly irrecoverable. We'll have to run a little bit further forward. Solar spotted by Coops. Engaging with Fireflux at this stage might be dangerous given that they've got a player out in the open, but it looks like Fireflux just want nothing to do with it. They are going to completely disengage. Solus not going to catch too much flak. Might spin out there. I think they might have caught a tire, but Coops gives up the ghost. Doesn't want to shed any more ammo.
Here comes the save. Gets the car untipped. The Knights just having a lot of vehicle problems today. We saw in the last game a very interesting vehicle problem that led to the death of all 4 players. Once again, vehicle getting tipped. But yeah, Fireflux, everyone should be prioritizing
fair,
rotations.
I don't think the issue is with the vehicle on that one. I think it's... yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Because at this point, I am just being mean. So we'll move on.
Yeah, as poor as the Knights' performance are, though, you mentioned something earlier. Like all of these teams that are here competing in this group are champions in their own right, and that's the same for the Knights. It just goes to show how much the competition skill level ramps up once you hit the global stage and you take the best of the best from all around the globe. It can make some regions look like they don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah, which is odd, right? It's kind of crazy, and I mean, those microcosmic metas do develop over time. It seems like maybe Pittsburgh Knights are finding out all about that, but you're going to be watching other regions, or well, certainly you should be if you're playing at this level. You should be watching all of those other regions. It's just necessary to do that, to research, how do I think those dynamics are going to impact into the games that we play, or the play style that we generally try and implement for teams that are coming in from a region that haven't done that. They will just be blindsided by it.
Yeah. You got to keep in mind, though, no matter what lobby you play in, there's always got to be one team that's last, right?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. There's always got to be one team that's last, one team that's in 15th. Saw some risky rotations coming out. That player from 1 million almost getting taken down by Evos. I'm surprised he did not go down. He was like, there's 4 players of Evos really close by. And he managed to just, drive right by and not get taken out. Star Wars Esports coming in, doing the straight shot approach, I believe, from the north, coming in very slow. Same with Inko. Inko actually just playing on the edge of this first circle. They're in Graveyard, like right next to them. Star Wars going to rotate right on by. Do see a few teams doing that wrap. Bacon Time, Damwon Gaming, Skylights, Alpha 7 coming in from the eastern side. HVVP looking like they're going to do not a straight shot, but they're just going to edge in near the top and see where the first circle shifts before deciding on what to do.
8 teams so far have made that south rotation. Power probably the team that is most likely to move a little bit closer. They're all the way on the east side. Inko over in Graveyard might spot Godlike Stalwart on their march south. Scry Under pressure from Becker, but has to go for the reload. Top is there as well, a little bit on the broadside, but none of those bullets really landing on the damage. Might have done a little bit to the vehicles, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, just a little bit. Here comes the next circle shift. You see how fast teams... Oh.
It's Los Leones.
Oh, yeah. What better way to have the first game of Miramar be in Los Leones? I mean, it could still shift off, but with how well the circles have blessed us as casters, maybe not for the players, it might very well be a Los Leones finish.
Urban environments are such an interesting dynamic for looking to place in those sort of 3rd through 7th positions, right? Because at certain points you do know that your game isn't going to be a win, so you just try and maximize, right? You try and optimize for point gain, and you're thinking, you know, I think we can get a 4th place. But when you go into an urban environment, that dynamic really, really changes. You all of a sudden have a situation as the Pittsburgh Knights get spotted. Repo Boy up the top. Sorry, I'll come back to that because Pittsburgh Knights now on the ridgeline in a fight against the Udo Alliance team. Teams both at the bottom of the tables. Pittsburgh Knights 16th place, 15th place for Udo Alliance. Nade being cooked around the side. Not going to find the damage. That was a nice long nade there from Repo Boy on the top rope. Wants to put another one in behind. Coops is getting rezzed right now, but the bounce is there. Not quite going to find the damage.
Xenox gets a crucial knock onto a Udo Alliance player. That's going to slow things down for them just a little bit. Tenson's actually going to wrap around the side. That Overwatch player just reloading, leaving that one Udo Alliance player to fend off a swarm of players. And the Knights, I mean, it's very, very aggressive. It could go very bad if the Udo Alliance played a little bit tighter, but USG Donuts now in the backside going for a 3rd party. Xenox does go down. Udo Alliance might be able to get this revive, and yeah, just unnecessarily aggressive there. I know the Knights feel the pressure. They feel like they need to get things done, but you can't just throw caution to the wind entirely. This is how you lose players, and this is how you get taken out.
We saw it in the Erangel. We're seeing it here again. Pittsburgh Knights get a little bit too big for their boots. Will be busted back just a little bit. 3 players still active, though, and they do pick up a point for it. So, you know, they do get something in this scenario. Only Xenox going down. It was Donuts USG third-partying onto that as well. They were behind Udo Alliance's position, so it was sort of 8 barrels pointed towards the Pittsburgh Knights in that spot, and you know teams are going to be surrounding you at this stage.
Yeah. I understand the urgency, definitely, for the Knights. I think they wanted to push Udo Alliance off or get deeper, or at least make it to the high ground, because that position is very strong in a circle like Los Leones. Unfortunately for them, they will not be able to do it. Not a lot of teams actually centered in Los Leones, as you can see. Star Wars Esports on the northern side. HVVP actually wrapped down to the south to work their way in here. Must have some kind of set strategy as the circle goes east, putting Nova red like right in the middle, and they're gonna already be playing that high ground mountaintop that comes in very crucial just east of Los Leones.
Nova have been playing this for a while, this game, actually. They had a lot of opportunity to move into the city. They didn't take that. As we talked about cities, I imagine, quite a lot over all the regions of broadcast. It's always a lot easier to get into them than to get out of them, and I feel like Nova are leaning on that principle.
Rightly so. HVVP coming in on that southern swing. They're going to be running into a lot of teams here, but I mean, that works out for HVVP, honestly, as 2 teams fighting, Bacon Time and Evos, with HVVP on the backside looking to maybe third party all of this. Bacon Time actually are just going to prioritize the rotation. Redface might be able to get revived, as you can see HVVP actually circling down around, so they don't want to take this fight. They want to come in from the southeast probably with that new circle shift.
Try and play for the hills to the south of Los Leones. Maybe even leapfrog this engagement, because Bacon Time, this is a really solid position for the current circle, but they're right on the edge of this next one, and they will have to move in most likely. HVVP roll up. Pick up a nice little flush there, add the first point to the tally. And keep on trucking, split into the vehicles.
It just seems like it's so easy for them to find eliminations. Like, that one player should have been rotating in his buggy, but instead, I guess he steps out on the ridge line, which is a great spot to take shots at HVVP. HVVP are in vehicles, and then they somehow knock him and get a point. So
they stalk their prey. They stalk their prey like a pride of lions. I'm telling you, this is pack hunting right now. These wolves are out and they are hungry. They find a straggler and they isolate it and they control the ground around it. They wear it down. It is brutal. It is brutal. HVVP certainly living up to that.
They should not be able to survive this one, John. As good as they are.
I was just singing their praises and all of a sudden they roll up this hillside. Hang on a minute. Meku's there.
Oh,
Blinked
of course.
Away. Red face.
Of course.
Flushed out. Only Kitsune down. I mean, it's HVVP. You can doubt them all you like, but sometimes it is just going to go their way. Kitsune does get flushed, however, and they're down to 3 on the south side. They have got a little bit of an opening.
But there's Damwon Gaming out over the top and Bacon Time out over the top, and that was a messy entranceway in. Surprisingly, they pick up 1 and only lose 1 player. And if Tixie somehow fends back Bacon Time on his own, but yeah, here we go. Damwon Gaming from the other side. Now HVVP is feeling the brunt force of everything. As good as a team as they are, they can't get away with everything. We'll probably check back in on them like in 5 minutes, and they're probably 3 strong with like 7 eliminations somehow. But Nova sitting very comfortable. It has shifted off Los Leones. It could go back into it if we get a Western shift. Well, this could be a big game for Nova now.
Matic taking shots over to Lapar from Evos. Microboy is there as well and will need to be careful of that cover, but Tixie has the back of Matic. Lyzerg as well down the hill, so it's Microboy and Lyzerg both playing the same angle. They know that Tixie's there now. They're worried about the really high ground, as Tixie actually might be able to just swing out low and deal with it. There's shots as well coming in on the side swipe. Matic has the line up, needs to hit the deck and get out of dodge because he's super low on HP right now. It's time for Tixie to come through. Microboy is low. Tixie rolling up the hillside, wants to wind up for this final blow towards Evos, but he puts the weapon away and might come across before it. Microboy now operating on all cylinders. 1 player left standing, has to turn his attention out to Matic. Won't be able to sneak it in. HVVP survive once more, but they need this res and they need to get going.
I don't think they could get the res. But I was saying they're going to somehow make it out of that with 7 eliminations. Hey, they picked up 5. I mean, so HVVP doing HVVP things. But that's once again Evos out early, this time only with 2 points. They already dropped out of the bubble, and now they could be dropping more as Inko right there with 103 points. USG Donuts in the city trying to stay alive here. So many teams right now in the city. We do have some teams out on the eastern side, east of Nova. We do have Alpha 7 and Damwon Gaming.
Alpha 7, Miramar specialists, as they have been dubbed. U2 Alliance, shots over towards Fireflux. This is all inside fighting in Los Leones. And with Los Leones occupying probably about, I would say, 30% of this circle, there's going to be a lot of teams looking to fight out of it fairly soon.
Fireflux dead in the center of Los Leones, so they're going to have a tough time fighting through everything. Luckily for them, though, HVP, right? Very hurt, just down to 1 solo player right now.
They're on 2.
No way.
They got the res. Tixie's back up.
Oh.
I guess they carried it. Fair enough.
All right. More power to them, right?
5 limbs, 2 players, HVVP. Don't count them out, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Got Stalwarts on the northwest, sitting more comfortable than all the teams in the middle. They could navigate this a little bit more easily as they aren't in the dead heart of things. Scry with that Scar long range. Ravenclaw getting really banged up here. This is a 4v4, though, for Damwon Gaming. And Damwon Gaming, I feel like they're feeling the pressure, which might make them play a bit more aggressive. Now, this isn't fully isolated, since you do have Nova in the distance right there with really great sightlines. There's a chance that if Damwon Gaming can get 1 opening, they push this in and try and pick up these points. They just don't know it's Alpha 7, however.
Alpha 7 Nova is a real big roadblock. It's a very big problem. Next circle, just about to pop. It goes north, keeps a little bit of Los Leones in, but it cuts out 3 teams from those Los Leones positions that they currently hold. That's Fireflux, you do Alliance, actually 4 teams as well, because you've got the Pittsburgh Knights on the southwest there, and Skylights Gaming coming on that south side as well. So every one of those teams is going to have to either leave and swing around or try and move north through the city. It's going to be tricky for them.
Yeah, definitely tricky. Nova right now, the biggest thing on their mind is what is their exit strategy once it shifts off of them, and then also they need to be able to pick up some points. Very difficult. This is almost HVVP.
What? They just rolled straight in, and they're going straight into the middle. Power are right there. Tixie's super low, and they're just going right through everybody. Somehow, they've managed to stay alive for it. Tixie, sliver of HP, managed to get cover. They're in the circle.
I like how you ended that with, they're in the circle.
I mean, that's the most amazing thing about it.
They are indeed in the circle.
What?
Like, as center as they can get without driving into a 4-man team of Inco also, right? Or 3-man team.
This? What is this? HVVP, you can't be doing this. This is PMGC.
They're playing the game.
You can't just do that and get away with it.
They're playing the game on easy mode. Power is applying pressure, though.
On?
Power are applying pressure. All they heard was 1 buggy, so they know it's 2 players at the very most. And Power, right now, in a comfortable enough spot in the leaderboards, like safety-wise in the group of survival, to be playing a little bit bigger and louder. So they're throwing those nades, trying to get something done. One of their players is knocked, though, on the other side of the road. I think they're trying to finish this fight before going for the revive, but none of the nades are connecting, and they will send one over after applying pressure. But this could work out for HVVP if they get that next knock. Grenades coming through, though. Maddox's going to hit this. I just have a feeling. There's no way he doesn't, just because it's HVVP, right?
To the window, launches it. Is it going to be on target? Doesn't quite find it, but does give the vehicle a little bit of jip. You do Alliance in the meantime, taking a fight with the Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, 3 players strong. 3 versus 3 from the bottom of the table spot. Will be going all guns a-blazing. It's Pittsburgh Knights to win that one out. Maybe with this game. They have, in fact, look, they are in 15th place now, not last place. In the meantime, by the way, Nova and Alpha 7 are clashing on the eastern side. A crucial fight for the table spots right now. As Nova want to try and convert their previous good game into another solid one. This duo from HVVP, though, still grabbing our attention.
It's a close fight here. Nova has 1 player knocked. They did confirm one onto Alpha 7, though, so Nova's kind of in the lead in the fight on the east side. As far as the HVVP Valiant stand, hey, I predicted 7 eliminations. They could get it. Matic goes down. That might prompt the entirety of Power to push in, and HVVP falls short. 5 eliminations, however. Fireflux, a team that could really capitalize off this, is getting into a roadblock themselves, so into the form of godlike Stalwarts. And Stalwarts are looking to finish this fight out. 4 strong and only 1 up. It is Catch, though. Catch is pretty clutch when it comes to the Fireflux team. We'll see what he could do here.
Godlike Stalwart, 4 players alive. I mean, Fireflux better watch out on this one. You're right, it is Catch, but imagine that Godlike Stalwart are just going to try and move forwards. I'm glad that HVVP did go down there. As much as I kind of wanted that fairy tale story for them, playing with that duo sailing right through. They should have gone down in that scenario. That is necessary for me to remain sane. Otherwise, I might have.
For competitive integrity, you are not allowed to do that, HVVP.
Otherwise, I might have had to have been committed if they got away with that.
USG Donuts here. Holding strong with 4. This is another team that could break into the survival stage. They've been struggling a lot over the course of the days, but looks like they're getting the better end of things as they pick up 5 eliminations. They take out the Knights, which pushes the Knights away from, passing them up. They still have 4 members alive. The edge of zone, however, as 1 million has wrapped around down south and causing some trouble for the Nova team. Nova's still in the superior position to win out this fight, but Jimmy gets confirmed. That is unfortunate.
There's Alpha 7 shots coming through, as well as I believe either from Skylights Gaming or Inco potentially. I think I spotted some shots coming in, maybe even Bacon Time. But 1 million now having the tides turned on them just a little bit. 2 players remain, Marshall and Senke down the hill. 3 players for Nova, as Jimmy, as you said, did get flushed. That was taken away by Alpha 7. Marshall, position known, and Mythics finds a cheeky little angle onto order. Brings 1 million into a 2 versus 2 here, with Paraboy super low as well. Alpha 7.
2 versus 2 for now.
Alpha 7 coming in up the hill.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 for now. It's about to be a 3v2v2 with Alpha 7 coming in for the third party. Surely Nova knows when they got third party there, Alpha 7 is going to be looking to push. They got a confirmation onto Alpha 7. They know how aggressive Alpha 7 is, and Nova should have backed off already. Alpha 7 is going to come in and swoop up these 1 million points instead.
Just about missing that spray over onto Marshall. Looks for a heal. Frozen on the ball with the AKM. Is that Iron Sights as well? Able to nail those shots.
Oh, and gets the revive too.
Looks to drop down for the revive onto order. Can he stick it? Marshall, Senke, both looking to revive as well.
This is a 3-way dance that we have going on here. Paraboy with the great nade. Can they finish out 1 million though? They do. And now they have 1 knocked out of Alpha 7. This could be huge. Paraboy's on the top side with a great supporting sightline angle. Order and Frozen pushing in from the low ground. All of a sudden, Nova somehow turned this around onto the backs of Alpha 7, and 1 million already eliminated.
And it could not be a worse time for it. Alpha 7, 4th place. They were on that chase. They were looking good to be able to step off this fight if they were able to close it down with Nova. Can they find that final opening? Paraboy does get spotted. Carrillo takes him down through the gap in the rock. Is there an answer for it? Order and Frozen were given the respite to go for those heals. They did manage to get a lot done. Mafioso and Carrillo for Alpha 7, the remaining duo for the squad, fighting off against Order and Frozen. Push over the hillside. Order leads the charge. Frozen is there for the haymaker swing out wide. And up the top rope, they're not quite finding those openings. Frozen goes low. Order still going in though. And Carrillo taken out, but Frozen knocked. Order last. Mafioso trading. Carrillo's down. And it's Nova to keep themselves alive. That's the opening they were looking for. Alpha 7 are eliminated. And now it's Nova's time from the south side. Can they regroup as 3 and push on up north?
Give me a sec. Give me a second to breathe. I was holding my breath the whole time. Whew. John's breathing too. I could hear it. You alive? You have a pulse still?
Yeah. Doing okay.
Okay. All right. No
Just
sudden
about.
heart attacks.
Alpha 7 don't. But Godlike Stalwart, 4 players alive, pushing in on their fight with Power right now. Power, obviously, the team that took down the miracle duo from HVVP, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for them to take on the full squad of Godlike Stalwart. The strafe from Pika goes straight across the doorframe. Handles business. Top the only one to fall, but they'll be happy about that. 7 eliminations, 4 players alive, playing on that west side of the circle. This, again, is a chance for Godlike Stalwart to jump up a little bit further against HVVP.
Same for Vampire, though. They've been on this north side the whole time, just playing quiet, waiting for the right time to strike, and given the circles, they're 4 strong coming in from a dominant position. So this could be a huge game for Nova, Vampire, and Stalwarts Esports. Once again, 3+ teams, and USG Donuts if they can finish off this Skylights Gaming push. They're up to 6 eliminations already, looking to push into that survival bracket. Nova looking strong. Frozen with the Mini 14. We saw him using the Mini 14 close range. That's how little left that Nova have to work with after holding that spot for so long, but it works out for them now as these are long-range engagements. That's a huge knock onto Ravenclaw. He will not be able to get revived. That hurts the 4-man team of Vampire heavily.
As USG eliminated, Paraboy managed to thread the needle on the shot through the window. Order under pressure, Shaw on the hillside. Was that a
sniper?
Was that a K9?
Yeah, he has
I think it was a K9 in the hands of Order, yeah. He's going to be looking to rip some heads off shoulders there. Nova have been playing on the outside of Los Leones for so long. They should have been able to get a bit of a resupply as well off the crates from Alpha 7.
Molly from way up high gets the hit in. But the circle does force Nova off the mountaintop. I think that's why we saw Order getting very close. No, they could stay in the circle 1 more, but they are going to need to come off at some point. They might leave 1 player up here for support as Order tries to thread the needle. Does not go in. Now Stalwarts Esports, they have 4. They need to push, and they're looking at the side of Inko.
Inko, once again, in this deep, in this late, 3 eliminations short, but this is great for the bottom of the tables as well. You were talking about those average point scoring abilities for the teams towards the bottom, so getting these 5th place finishes guaranteed, a couple of eliminations might be all it takes, but they are now under pressure from Godlike Stalwart with a backline of Nova taking shots their way whenever they can. Paraboy is just lighting up the battlefield. The good news is they're also looking at Godlike Stalwart on this push.
Yeah. And they have the zone here. Godlike has to push into the open, so there will be casualties no matter what. And Order threads the needle, by the way, from up high.
Wow.
Gets the finish, and that gives them the low ground. That gives them the ridge line, too. Look at that giant ridge line that they could use for the next circle. Nova, all of a sudden, in a very, very dominant position, even if they lose that high ground. Yeah, just like I predicted, they send 2 down. They leave Paraboy up top for the oversight, and well done. Gets another point for the side of Nova.
Nova are absolutely on a warpath today. I mean, it feels like this is so refreshed, so revitalized coming through from the Chinese roster that has left us wanting over the last 2 days. A high frag game over on Erangel, now coming into Miramar. I think they're up to 12 eliminations on this one so far. Yep, there we go, looking for more as Order lines up action, knocks him down. Top looking for this res, keeping them at 3, that's the goal. Like Stalwart, Scry to Paraboy up the top rope, but Scry gets flushed out immediately.
Oh, and more eliminations.
Inko spotted, moving through 14 eliminations now. They are just punching hard, and nobody can stomach it. It is all-out warfare. Nova burning down the competition.
Give me another one. I think the last 6 knocks, maybe even 7, were all done by Nova here. They are looking so... And Frozen's got the MG3. Inko will pick up 1, though. And, of course, now we're down to the last 2. 3 versus 2, Stalwarts versus Nova.
4th place 5 elims is good, but Paraboy just finds top somehow. A sliver steps out and immediately is capitalized on. Order rushes forwards, in with the UMP. Once the spray around the side goes down, but it's not going to matter because you step out into the open and you get ripped apart. It is Nova dominating on Miramar with an excellent performance. Alpha 7 thought they could do it. You got another thing coming.
Man, I expected a bigger celebration, but it seems like Nova's just like, we've been in this situation 100 times before. This is what we do, and this is how we do it. That was not a cheer of like a, holy, we just managed to do it, we're back in it. That was a, no, we've been here multiple times, we gotta keep trucking on. And that was not an easy win by any means. Sure, they had a great position at the very end, but that 3-way fight between Alpha 7 and 1 Million got so dicey. That was probably the diciest, most crucial, important fight we've seen all week long. And just by securing and winning that fight over, Nova probably give themselves another 15 plus points. I mean, they get the chicken because of it, and then they picked up at least 6 more eliminations because they won that.
That is kind of exactly what we talk about when we say it's easier to get into a city than to get out of it. All of those teams who went in early, sure they survived late, but you don't have that chicken dinner punch potential, right? Nova, they stayed on the outskirts. They stayed on the outside, controlled the high ground, stopped people from moving in. Sure, it looked a little bit dicey, but as you say, once they'd won that fight against Alpha, it was their game to lose. They played it perfectly. They left Paraboy in the best position for Paraboy to be able to play from in that scenario. They gave him long-range angles, they gave him no contest. There is nobody who can do that better than Paraboy. He was dominating from that high ground. Order, this absolute cruise missile that exploded anyone that stepped up to them. Nova are back.
And here comes Nova. Alpha 7 having one of the best performances we see in game number 1. And Nova said, you know what? We're going to put a stop to that right there. Take them out and then have an insane elimination chicken dinner right in the next match. I mean, this team did their homework and they came to play today, 7.
They definitely did, and this continues on with what we were saying earlier. Those two teams, the one you mentioned earlier, Alpha 7 with the first match, and now Nova with the second match, continuing with the performance that they showcased earlier in Ergo. 17 eliminations, and I love what John was able to mention there earlier. Paraboy being able to get those off angles, being able to have the high ground worked out perfectly for them. And in regards to everybody else, I mean, this team, Glitter, they had almost 3 players with 1,000 damage. Nova is back.
I mean, this is insane, as we can see on the head-to-head. I mean, Order with 7 elims, but Frozen at over 1,200 damage? Are you kidding me? I mean, this was just a pop-off performance, and for Nova, they had more eliminations in this match than they did in 4 of their games, the first 4 games from yesterday. So, like Jukes was saying, they have completely done their homework. They turned it around from yesterday to today, and they are doing what needs to be done in order to get into that top 3.
Say less, say less. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better games or better starts today in general. I mean, their first game, they did great. Second game, they did even more insane. And I can only imagine how they're going to do in Sandhawk, because Sandhawk, you know, Nova loves to play in the jungle. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous to see them show up. And I kind of had a feeling the second I saw that match 1, that little snipe on Udo Alliance, I was like, Nova, they're going to bring some heat today. And they have. All right, let's go ahead and take it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with some more PUBG Mobile action.
PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
And we are back just like that. Oh my goodness, I am so pumped up for this one. I'm your host Jukes. I'm here with 7WG and Glitter Explosion. We're about to reach the second half of the day here, and we always like that sandwich of Sandhawk right in the middle to keep things extra hype. Speaking of hype, of course, I gotta give a big thank you to Sony, our sponsor here for this tournament. Gotta give a bit, just to let you know, Sony Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream allow you guys to play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz. It was created in collaboration with professional esports players, and with Xperia Stream's multiple ports and cooling system allows you to play PUBG Mobile just like that. So guys, let's take a look at the overall rankings. Let's not waste any more time here. Let's see how the leaderboards have moved. And welcome back, Nova. Welcome back. Hey, where's Alpha 7? Where's Alpha 7? What happened?
Wow.
Forget
okay,
Alpha 7.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Glitter,
And
take
this
it
is
away,
crazy
please.
because Fireflux is still above the 200-point mark, which only 4 teams have reached so far. But Nova, in just these 2 matches, went from down in 8 all the way up to 3rd, and only 6 points behind godlike Stalwart, who are now up from 3rd into 2nd. So, I mean, the performances, and not by, I mean, HVVP not safe by a lot, only 3 points. But like you said, Alpha 7, who they're dropping down. And now, Inko, look at the point gap that Inko has created over Evos.
That is lovely to see there for Inko, and I mean, this is a team that we've been wondering how they were going to be able to react now that they were in the top 11. They were able to showcase that, hey, they're putting themselves in such a great place every single match that they can at least are able to steal some eliminations, get some eliminations, but most of all, get those placement points, and it's working out for them. Evil's Reborn's got to wake up 1 million. I mean, if you want to get a chance, you got to wake up too. And a big surprise to it, and a team that might be looking to snipe that 11th place is going to be Donuts USG. We actually saw a little bit more of them on that last Miramar. I wonder if any of those teams are going to be able to step it up here in the upcoming Sandhawk.
It's got to start now. It has to start now. Like, literally, this is chicken dinner time for any of those teams at the bottom, because it's really only 11th place that's in contention at this point. I think 10th on up are pretty much safe with that little gap that they have. But, you know, if you are a team at the bottom, you really, really need a monster performance here. And to be honest with you, none of their names are here on this list when it comes to top performer splitters, so they got their work cut out for them.
Facts, 100%, but obviously we've got Nova up here for top Sandhawk performance, and we actually have the entire top 3. So you've got HVVP, Godlike Stalwart, and Nova. So the entire top 3 are going to be top performers on Sandhawk, and then Vampire, though, is the one with the best performance, and they're a team that needs to make their way back up into that spot 7. Once again, we're watching teams have to take each other out.
I'm so glad you mentioned Vampires there, and I'm so glad that they're actually one of the top performing teams in Sandhawk. That's why they're actually one of my teams to watch for this next match, because they need to do something to be able to react to what the likes of Nova's doing, and also to what the likes of Alpha 7 is going to be looking to do here in Sandhawk 2. We know that Alpha 7 can sometimes perform really well, even though they might not be there on the top teams. Now, the reason why I put HVBP on my teams to watch is because they don't have that comfort lead anymore. They could be looking in some crazy scenario to drop out of top 3, depending on how some of the second place, third place, and fourth place finishes off. And I noticed that you still have a Nova there. You also have Godlike Stalwart. Okay, good picks, Glitter.
They're just so close, and they're both performing so well. Like you're saying, that there is the potential to overtake HVVP even, because there's no more big point gap for HVVP at the top. But also, I'm still watching Inco. All right, they have been like a brand new team today. I don't even know what's going on. They now have a double-digit point lead on Evos in just these first 2 matches. So, I mean, that feels good for Inco, right? That's strong.
And I mean, something to keep in mind there with what you're saying with Incos is, yeah, they might have right now a 12-point lead, but that's not enough. We saw what happened to Evil's Reborn when they actually had some kind of lead. We're still going to have 4 games left. After this one, it's going to be 3. Quick little math there for you. And you can see Evos is feeling the heat. They have made a switch in their roster, and I'm wondering how they're going to be able to react here in Sandhawk. We're not seeing those smiley faces. We're not seeing that relaxation anymore. They're going to be feeling the pressure. You can see Euro Alliance, they're maybe going to be looking to do some kind of a switch here. Samil, remember the guy that was always looking and smiling at the camera? That's not the case anymore. These teams are trying to make some kind of miracle happen here.
Well, let's see if they can have a miracle coming up right now. Let's take it on over to our casters for some action in the jungle.
It is so close. It is all down to the final couple of games, and I mean, I thought it was a one-time thing back in Group Red, but I'm so glad to see it again here in Group Green, that there are so many teams fighting for it, and definitely in with a chance. We are starting to see a couple of teams in the middle, though, Zute, who do have not really too much to worry about, but also not much to gain in these scenarios. I'm looking at Damwon Kia, at Power Esports, and Skylights Gaming.
Yeah, it's also sad for me that you mentioned Damwon Kia, right? That was a team that we were talking about all throughout the week. And now, by this point, I gotta kind of agree with you. It feels like they've just don't have any gas left in the tank. And they've had just consistently, not even bad well, I guess it is bad if they're not getting any points to go up the leaderboards. But they're just, slipping down. See Paraboy there, doing a quick little neck stretch before he gets into the start of this game. And by the way, this is like typical Nova fashion. They always show up towards the very end when they really need to get it done, but I don't want to jinx it just yet. They could still easily not make it in the top 3. Anybody near that, 4th, 5th place area could still break into the top 3. So things are still wire tight right now.
Yeah, we're looking at, I would say, 7 teams that can make it into the top 3 at this stage, with only 4 maps left to play, including this one. That is really, really close. Bacon time, 182. Probably an outside chance at this stage, but still very much within striking range of Nova in 212 on the third place bubble at the top. It is quite the gap there. It's a 30-point gap, but I mean, these are the teams that can do incredible things, right? They're the top of the table performers. They can make those things happen.
Taking a look at the map right now. There is a little bit of congestion towards the southern side, but everybody should be okay. Paraboy, I think Nova are trying to, split and get more control. Starting off, not just everyone landing on Painan, and teams are kind of altering their drops here and there, around this south of boot camp area. So that's why we saw Paraboy parachuting and then deciding better than to take a 1v1 and come back and land with, I do believe that was Frozen. Yeah, Frozen that picked him up. Bacon time here, all the way down in the south.
I'm looking at the split from HVVP and Pittsburgh Knights right now. This is 2 adjustments that we're seeing come through. Tixie dropped down to the compound on the west side of the river, down south. So that's on the southwest island, just to the east of Ruins. Coops is with him there, though. And Spec is on that northwestern island. Matic dropped all the way up northwest. This is something that we've seen from HVVP back in the European region. They dropped 2 on the mainland and 2 down towards the compounds on the river that Tixie is currently towards. But this is something a little bit new, right? Leaving 1 player out there and Matic being so far north.
And HVVP might get punished here because of it. Coming in. Tixie is spotted out. Taking a 1v2 here. Yeah, Tixie's gonna go down here. As strong as HVVP is, Tixie.
Said it.
Yeah, he can't manage the 1v3. Tixie will go down. Yeah, a lot of adjustments being made on the very last game of Sandhog. I think teams are like trying to pull a quick one, almost, right? Last game of Sandhog, no more being played. They've done the VOD review. They're thinking like, okay, imagine if we could also get a foothold in Trifecta, plus the Northwestern Island. No one drops there. The Knights have been changing their drop here and there every now and then. But unfortunately for them, they will get punished for HVVP down to 3. Very good news for Godlike Stalwarts. They're only 3 points behind HVVP.
I have to feel like maybe a little bit of a misstep there. I mean, maybe you don't expect the Pittsburgh Knights to do something like that. Maybe you're not reading too deep into it, but before, when we've seen HVVP have success with this sort of a drop, they've left 2 players down towards the south, and they just didn't have that backup. With 2 players, I think HVVP could probably take on the Pittsburgh Knights at this stage. They are just that good. But they just don't have that sort of prowess. Inco move in fast onto the south side. This is the east shoreline that they've managed to take up in Trifecta. Xenox will be the only player from the Pittsburgh Knights on this side of the river.
This could play in big for the Knights. They don't know Xenox's position. So if one player... I almost want to say if one player of the Knights gets knocked on the other side of the river, it might actually work out in favor for them. Because that might prompt a push for Inco. But I don't think Inco's going to push. Inco did a really fast rotation here from the quarry area to get dead set center. This is the center of the zone. Oh, Xenox throwing a nade. That will let Inco know there's a player on their side of the river. Unless I think someone could chuck a nade from all the way from the other side of the river with that much accuracy. They should be a little bit more aware now.
Spec is going to put one up. So maybe they're going to see that and think, oh, it was just that. It was just the wind. Don't worry about it. Just a creaky floorboard.
Xenox proning around here. Meanwhile, rest of the map, everyone else is playing it slow. Inco, the only one playing it fast, making that quick rotation. HVVP also did lose one, of course. I feel like I just want to touch on it again real quick. I think that was a mistake because as you're parachuting down, you should be able to see, the Knights. And the Knights have played this position before, so you could be a little bit more cautious. Pull your parachute early, see 2 other shoots, and then have enough time to back up and join the rest of your team, right, on that northwestern island. So a little bit of a slip-up, I have to say, for HVVP.
This is actually a fairly crucial engagement for the Pittsburgh Knights as well, because Inco, as we've been talking about, is the current bubble team. if Pittsburgh Knights want a chance, taking them down here would be great news.
Just getting any points for the Knights at this point would be great news.
It's true.
Yeah.
Nova on the hill. They've rolled up to the back of Inco's position, but will have sightlines over towards Pittsburgh Knights as well. That's going to, I imagine, play pretty difficult for pretty much any movement now on these compounds.
Yeah. Nova's used to getting at least one side of the bridge due to the fact that they drop in Painan, right? It's so close. But Inco, like we said earlier, did a very extremely fast rotation, so beat Nova to the punch. Now Nova don't have access way to that area, which is a spot that they usually leverage into their overall strategy and rotation on Sandhawk, so Nova's going to have to improvise a little bit now, in my opinion.
See if they can come up with the goods. Power taking a knee towards Godlike Stalwart, which is very good news for their run. Remember, a 3-point difference between the second and first place teams right now. It's pretty huge. Will not be the nicest of feelings for HVVP to go into the final 3 games on the back foot, not in that first position. They haven't been out of that first position since they took it. There was a tie during one game with Vampire.
Yeah.
But other than that, they haven't been out of that first position. So losing it here would be pretty horrible.
Oh.
A south shift on the circle, that's quite interesting. It's going to make it difficult for the teams on the northwest. That's Vampire and HVVP. But do you choose west or do you choose east?
I choose the middle. I think Nova has a great opportunity here. There's that bridge down to the south, which is a little bit... Actually, I don't think they should go for it. Because if it goes up to the north, they're put in a tough spot. Yeah, this circle is a doozy for sure. Do you know the Knights are in a good spot? Alpha 7!
Oh!
They were on an absolute tear game number 1, put up a strong fight game number 2 against Nova, and just like that, 2 down to a nade. Skylights Gaming, an unlikely contender to be the ones to take down Alpha 7, looking like they will in Alpha 7 early here on Sandhawk.
But this is one of the teams that is now unburdened by the tables, right? This is a team on 142 points, no one really pushing up from underneath, nowhere really they can go up top. So they can just go for these plays and try and make it work. Skylights Gaming, hang on a minute, Frozen's in the mix of it. Somehow, a little bit of a third party coming through from Nova up the top of the hill. I mean, it's the power of this hill to the east, right? Can they use that control? Skylights Gaming will have to learn to share with Alpha 7.
Fireflux just picked up 3, I believe, on the north side right there against USG Donuts. Fireflux do lose 1 member. This is a team that was in the top 3 just before the last game, and they are bumped out. They're in 4th place now, so they have to fight for their spot in the top 3 once again. Starting it off strong, I would have to say, with 3 points. They do lose 1. Alpha 7 managed to hold here. That third party from distance, slow things down for Skylights Gaming and keep Alpha 7 alive just a little bit longer here.
We'll be locked into this engagement. It's not ideal. I feel like Skylights would have gone for this push.
Oh, wow.
Had nothing happen. A nade through from Carrillo actually keeps them going. 2 players from Alpha 7. Another one to try and get the flush. Doesn't expose too much. Turns their attention over towards the duo across the way. Doesn't get that flush with the nade. Carrillo steps out. No sightlines from Nova right now. Carrillo.
I thought that was going to hit.
Nearly landing that nade, but Mafia Boy stays tucked in.
This went from a 4v2 where 2 of Alpha 7 got naded down to a 2v2. Alpha 7 showing what they're made of here on Sandhawk. There's a chance that they might even just push this straight up 2v2, get some smokes down, and just win the fight.
I'm looking at some rotations coming through now as well. Ooh, Carrillo gets spotted. That might be it for Alpha 7. We'll have to wait and see. Vampire have left that northwest island. They've managed to get over to the coast near boot camp. A little bit of a pre-fire. Takes down Alpha 7. The last player will fall. AJ can get res, so Skylights Gaming will be on 3. Vampire Esports managed to cross that river. HVVP looking like they're setting up. Remember, they did lose a player early to the Pittsburgh Knights, so they are as 3 on that northern side. They can wait a little bit longer, but they won't have much to play with when they need.
Yeah, and the Knights are well aware where the HVVP team is going to be coming in from as a 3-man team. So the Knights should be a little bit prepared for that. Next circle about to shift. Power on the east side with Evos taking shots back at one another. Next circle comes out and it centers right on up. It will be the eastern side. That giant hill that Nova has control of will come in huge here. They will be taking it. Meanwhile, teams on the south, Udo Alliance, Bacon Time, and Damwon Gaming, and 1 million will have to move in a bit more.
The question for me on HVVP's side is, do they go and cross and try and sweep through Pittsburgh Knights with Damwon Gaming coming in, as you say, from that western edge, or do they try and move to the north of Boot Camp? I mean, it'd be bold, but they could even swing up to the North Bridge and come in that way.
It's difficult for HVVP no matter how you cut it, because they can get an easy rotation into the north side, but moving from the north down south through Boot Camp, right, is really difficult. I mean, every option that they have here is not an easy one to make, especially being a three-man team. So losing Tixie early on, I think, especially on Sandhawk, really impacts your punching power and your maneuverability on the rest of the map.
We've seen stranger things happen, though. Godlike Stalwart now 1 point behind when you add in the eliminations from second place. This is a team that we not necessarily had discounted earlier in the week, but hadn't seen what we wanted to from the squad, and they have since impressed. They have been here to play. They had their step up yesterday, and they seem to be continuing it today. Nova, though, obviously the new addition to that heavy hitters. Today has been mental for them. And with the position they have, it's a potential for yet another really good game.
Yeah. Weren't they 8th at the start of the day? 7th or 8th?
I think they might have been.
Yeah, somewhere down there, like barely hovering in the first page. And after 2 massive games, they're in first. Another knock coming through. I don't know if he'll be able to get that confirmation, but Nova playing a 1-1-2 split. 2 at the compound south of the hill, 1 at the top of the hill, and then 1 in a more forward position out of the form of order here. Nova are just maximizing control, maximizing point opportunities, most importantly.
And that is how you win the game, right? In the end, it is all about how many points you're able to get out of it. Do whatever you can to get the most possible. Molotov forwards from the party. Voss yet to go for this committed push, but you know how many third parties are going to be coming through. Fireflux are out to the west of this engagement. Godlike Stalwart currently controlling Boot Camp. And that river crossing out to the west of it still a little bit fraught with danger. Kitsune from HVVP is trying to make a cross right now, actually making it to the cliffs underneath Boot Camp. And the other pair from HVVP just providing a little bit of oversight. Next circle is going to pop. It goes down south, but it stays on that eastern island.
The bridge still in zone. Bacon Time, Damwon Gaming, 1 million. Multiple teams, HVVP as well. And on the northeast side here, we finally have the fight breaking out. Both of these teams need to move in. They're going to take the fight with each other, and that's good for Evos. 2 duds in a row when they were the bubble, dropping out of the bubble, finally showing signs of life and fight to try and break back in.
3 eliminations on the game, keeping all 4 of themselves alive. It is, as you say, a good start, but they're going to have to fight through Fireflux and Skylights Gaming ahead of them. Nova will be looking out every direction the entire time as well, because this circle did go right on top of them once more. Maybe not a super high frag game. They can just suppress everyone back, but it is going to be a lot of pressure to push through.
Man, just look at the different sightlines Nova has everywhere. You have Order on the north side peeking into Boot Camp and that ridge line where they got a knock onto Vampire. You have Frozen watching the Trifecta compound. And then even from that position, you just saw Paraboy taking sightlines on the southern bridge. Here comes the push now for the Knights. They have to push in as they do lose some of the circle. They know they got to make this push eventually, and to do it now. It's a 3v3, I believe, as one of Inko is down. Xenox gets the heal off. If they could get this revive onto Spec, it'll be a 4v3. They need to do this quick, though, because Damwon Gaming coming in on their backside.
This is a very important fight for Inko to try and hold out on. They've lost a player. That'll take the wind out of their sails a little bit. Shot through the window from Coops, but takes a lot of damage, and the final blow from a nade from Squash. Inko are moving in, looking good. Damwon, as you say, they are pressuring in this entire time, but there is still a lot to do. Squash falls down, gets flushed, and the Pittsburgh Knights playing with these shotguns. This meta is so brutal in these close-range engagements. They just need to try and hold it on, but with 2 players left, they might have EVOS biting at their heels, falling down here.
Damwon Gaming pushing across the river now, getting involved. The Knights feel the pressure. They're just going to go ahead and go forwards and take the 2v2 instead of worrying about Damwon down to the 1v1.
Oh, no.
They'll clutch it up, but Damwon Gaming coming in strong here. Unless if Tensa pulls out some insane clutch, this should be the end for the Knights. The Knights will pick up 4 elimination points, however. Nades raining in, multiple angles being taken. It is not looking good for the Knights. Damwon Gaming coming in strong here, picking up 3 eliminations. If they get the chicken, maybe they could get a shot back in top 3, but highly doubtful. HVVP, however, yeah, difficult zone. They're just down to 1, I believe, and not even showing much, capabilities of being able to fight back. New circle right on to the likes of Nova. This could get tricky for them as multiple teams will be looking their way now.
I mean, this is a chance for Nova to jump up. This is a chance for Godlike Stalwart. Currently, Godlike Stalwart only that 1 point behind. They just need another elimination to draw level, and they lose. And HVVP lose the tiebreaker. They've only had 1 chicken dinner this tournament. Godlike Stalwart looking to push in. Nova looking to push in as well. Fireflux down to 1, and likely that they can take that push. But Vampire with 3 eliminations on the north side. They also have a little bit of potential, as you say.
Nova has readjusted to this new zone, but still playing split as always. It seems like Nova just understand the map dynamics so well, and just understanding other teams, what they could get away with in terms of playing split. Evo's taking the fight with Godlike Stalwarts. One of them is knocked. That nade might knock a player or at least do some massive damage. Microboy tosses it. Will he get it? No, throws it towards the wrong tree. Lappart is down. Only 2 of Evos is up. Stalwarts Esports can get the full reset and then take the fight to Evos once again and eliminate them here with numbers advantage.
That is an if, though. They have to make sure that they can execute on this. And such a tentative position, especially with Nova still alive. You do not want to be losing out and dropping down to that 3rd place. Although potentially it's even HVVP that drops down to 3rd after this game.
Oh yeah, imagine. Yeah, Nova's in a great spot to get a lot of points. Stalwarts only need, like you said, or Stalwarts actually did pass them up.
They've done it.
Yeah, with the tiebreaker and chicken dinner. Nova can't lose Jimmy here, though. Lutz, if he goes for this, he can get the confirmation point as well pretty easily. But with the circle being so centered on them, I think he's going to do that a little bit later and pick up some more placement points first just by surviving.
Fireflux seem to always have just a lone survivor going on. And it's keeping them in the top of the tables, to be fair. I mean, come on. As if Nova weren't having a good enough day already. Look at that circle.
So the Northwest is their weak point right now. Vampire have an isolated push. All the other teams have to fight each other on the way in. Hopefully Nova is able to recognize that with the way the circle shifted. It could get dicey, though. That hilltop, just one little slip up, one little, angle that you're not cautious of from distance because everybody's looking your way, and the whole defense can fall apart.
Bacon time, 2 knocks. Damwon want to try and move over that way. Bring it home, but 1 knock will stick over towards Bacon time. Damage being found, nade being thrown on in at the moment. Damwon have the inside trap, but Forrest gets knocked to a nice nade being thrown back in from Bacon time. They've been sticking this res the whole time. The shots aren't quite landing. Hang on a minute, there's something going on the bottom left of my screen as well as Godlike Stalwart taking on Evos will be able to pick it up, and with that they are fully in the lead now. HVVP have been dethroned. 5 eliminations on the cards. They should be able to look for that res, but they're right on the outside. We'll have to move up the east ridge.
Yeah, just like that, because Evos was taken out, Nova have to worry about an isolated team on the east pushing in and Vampire now on the northwest. So Nova gets the zones, but it's going to be difficult for them for multiple teams pushing in. And Stalwarts Esports, they're going to pick up more eliminations from down the sightlines onto 1 million. 7 eliminations now for Godlike Stalwarts.
Nova are taking shots, though, as Jimmy finally gets a sightline onto Godlike Stalwart on the east side of the circle. Damwon still embroiled on this southwest edge. Lutz is just keeping his head down. So close to Jimmy for so long. Jimmy's been taking shots. Lutz is just vibing on the tree. Godlike Stalwart are going to push straight past this, and Lutz is going to go down if Jimmy doesn't hold off Godlike Stalwart.
There's a chance Lutz might actually pop up, take Jimmy, confirm the point, and then go out. This is going to be really tricky. Lutz looks over this way. No, neither team knows of Lutz's position. And, gets found out.
They have to take a back seat. Down one, going hell for leather against Bacon Time right now. Both teams towards the middle of the tables, and it's bloody all over.
Wow.
Down one, just with Fabian left. A nade over the top, that could be beautiful. It's got to take down Noise on the back, brings Ormstyle very, very low. Ice is low as well. Another cook, is it good? It goes a little bit long, and will not find the damage. Fabian falls, and down one will once more take the knee. Shirty is down, but they're on the edge of the circle. They might just have the cover to go for a res. Godlike Stalwart, potential to go down to Nova here. They've been on a warpath so far, and it might just be a little bit too much. The DBS shots ringing out. Top in the grass will be the final one to fall, and it's only Frozen who's answered towards. You do Alliance as well.
Oh my god.
Over a run for the money, and it's 8 eliminations, just like that. Lickety split, only Vampire to deal with.
Nova looking so good, but Vampire has 4. They need to get a revive onto Frozen still. Bacon Style down to 1, so they can't stall off Vampire for that much longer. And Vampire, they know they're 4 up. They just heard the giant fight that Nova had. They're going to try and push this advantage. Pairboy needs to get an opening knock to slow things down so Frozen can get a revive. He doesn't just get an opening knock, he gets 2!
Both Fluke and Schweppes fall. Ravenclaw and Stoned active for Vampire right now. It looks like they are going to leave Stoned back. Look for some reses. Paraboy in the meantime. Moving over to deal with Bacon Time. No first aid, so we'll just be relying on this gun skill here. Has a bandage though. Might top himself a little bit up on the health bars. Stoned being allowed to get these reses. Stim is there. Alm Style for Bacon Time. Crawling up to the rock now, as Paraboy will be his marshal to keep control of him. He goes down. It's so unfortunate for Nova's position. Ormstyle, can he get taken out? He can. Vampire in the meantime, get back up to 4.
Yeah, Nova didn't do the push because they have the position. They know the circle's going in on them on the high ground, but with Paraboy going down, things could change. 1 down for Vampire though. The order goes down, however, 2v3 situation, John.
Jimmy from down low and Frozen on the off angle. Can Jimmy hold it out? One falls to his barrel. And next is up is Schweppes. Fluke jumps over from the top rope.
Oh my god, Jimmy!
Up for Nova to keep them in the top. They will hold the top of the mountain and they will lay claim to the tables, because with that, Nova should be able to jump up. Vampire with a big game there as well might be in contest even for that 3rd spot against HVVP.
Order who? It's time for the Jimmy show. Jimmy, the close-range clutch player coming in this time. Order didn't even need to get involved in that fight. And once again, look at how calm and reserved they are. They do this.
This is incredible from Nova. This is why they're back-to-back champions, right? This is world championship stuff right now.
I will say, they kind of got the circles there, but still. It's Nova.
True.
And Frozen.
But I mean, there was a lot of times where it looked a little bit more shaky than maybe they would have liked.
We didn't get to see the full engagement between Godlike Stalwarts and Nova, right? Godlike did have to push in from the blue. They were at a disadvantage there. But it's a 4-man team of Godlike Stalwarts. Any team less formidable, than Nova and like maybe HPPV and another top team, they could have fallen. But Nova held it strong, and plus, Udo Alliance did come in with a quick 3rd party, and that got shut down too.
My question is, can HVVP survive in these top 3? A question we didn't think we were going to ask ourselves. Nova's taken their toll on them, and they are at risk.
And just like that, the back-to-back champions, when it matters most, get back-to-back chicken dinners. 27 total points on this store. You know that this squad is hunting for that first place 7.
This is why they are that back-to-back champions. 12 eliminations, 27 points total. I cannot wait to see that overall ranking. But you know what? We got to give some credit to some of the other teams too. Vampire Esports, when they needed to step up, they stepped it up in a big way, Glitter. They got 20 points, and Godlike Star Wars, 15 points for them too. And look how far down HVVP is, only being able to get just 1 point.
Yeah, this has got to be a little bit scary for HVVP, knowing that they had first place, and then the ones below them had phenomenal performances. And speaking of those phenomenal performances, okay, first of all, Mafia Boy. Skylights Gaming was another one of the teams. I think they had 9 elims as well. 5 of those go to Mafia Boy. Okay, then Godlike Stalwart, 2 players up here top yet again, always in the conversation, and Action up here. But we got to talk about Jimmy, okay? Because the clutch from Jimmy at the end of that game was insane. I mean, he was on the low ground, and he just...
He made all the doubters shut up, okay? That's what Jimmy just did. Jimmy's always looked down upon his stats, and he's always not looked like a big clutch factor player. He just looked at everybody in the eyes and was like, oh yeah, I'm in the Nova team for a reason. Great performance.
Big, bad Jimmy. I mean, just great performance from Nova overall. We were talking about it backstage in the green room, right? Just like, you see the way they control the map, it's ridiculous. You know, there's the pressure fire that they have for it. Not to mention, they have that Nova factor, the fact that their name is Nova. You know, if you get eliminated by that squad, no matter where you're at on the leaderboard, I mean, Glitter, you said this yourself, right? No matter where they're at on the leaderboard, they have to be careful. You don't want to take that fight early on, right?
Right. If you don't absolutely have to fight with Nova, or if you don't 100% know that you have the advantage, you're going to avoid that at all costs, because it's just not a certainty, and we're too far into the last day, the last opportunity for these teams to get points on the board. They just don't want to risk that.
Not at all. Not at all. So, I mean, now I'm going to ask you this question, Glitter. I'm going to go back with you here on this one. Where was this Nova? Where were they? Day 1, day 2.
I hope we get to talk to them at the end of the day and ask that question.
Well, we'll find out in a bit. We got a great interview coming up right now. So let's go ahead and take it on over to Juju.
Thank you, Casters and Penners. We're back here live. And also, we're halfway done for the day in the final day of the week 2, which is going to be the green group here on the 4th day. Here with me, we have none other than Inco Gaming V22K. I think he's the support role. I'm not sure if they changed in the game. But right now, we want to know your expectation and how do you feel when it comes to game today, the last day of week number 2 for your group. Is your expectation when you enter PMGC as it is, or it's sort of not what you're expecting?
Então, ela perguntou qual é a expectativa para o jogo de hoje e se a expectativa que vocês tiveram no início do jogo é a mesma agora.
A gente achou que a gente ia bem melhor desde o começo do campeonato. Foram muitas mudanças, muitas surpresas. O nível é altíssimo do campeonato, não tem como discutir isso. Pegou a gente de surpresa. Erros não estão sendo tolerados pelas equipes adversárias. Mas a gente está confiante e a gente espera ir para a fase de survival.
So like they're not like playing as they wish in the beginning, because they say like the level here is really hard. Like all the teams, they're all good players, and like they made a few mistakes that the other teams like didn't let go. So for them now, they just expect like to keep up their game and maybe do better for them, like to go for the survival stage.
I'm sure they can. We're already done with our last Sunhawk for the week here. It's left down to with Erangel and Miramar. Now, which map between Erangel and Miramar you have a better chance when it comes to your scores here?
Então, tipo, terminamos o Sunhawk agora. Então tem o Erangel e a Miramar. Para vocês, qual é o melhor mapa que vocês gostam de jogar?
Acho que Erangel é o mapa que a gente tem a estratégia mais sólida, que provavelmente vai dar mais certo.
So for them, like the Erangel is the map that they better use like to play. So like they waiting like good results in this map.
And what about Miramar? Are they done with Miramar then?
So quanto ao Miramar, você já desistiu ou ainda não?
Não, ainda tem uma partida em Miramar. A gente tá com um spot novo e a gente tá treinando nessas estratégias, tá aplicando as estratégias que a gente treinou. E também a gente tem fé que vai dar certo, tem mais 3 partidas e a gente brasileiro não desiste nunca.
So they still know they didn't give up. They still have faith for like the Miramar maps too, and they're like Brazilians, so they also have faith like they can do better and they can keep up like for the top 11.
Never give up. You can do it. I know you can do it. Go Eco Gaming all the way. And thank you so much, V22K. I think that's it from us. We're going to toss it back to our casters and panelists. Take it away.
Great to hear from V22K. I mean, he's looking pretty calm and collected, but I know that man is stressing on the inside because, I mean, his team's back is up against the wall right here. Literally every single team below can catch them if they take them out earlier and get a chicken dinner. Of course, I gotta give a big thank you to our hotel partner for the PMGC League here in the Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. So, having said that, we saw Glitter, right? Inko go out a little bit early there in that one. But let's take a look at the overall rankings and...
Woo!
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
You know what? We'll be able to see what happened with Inko in a second because we got to talk about the fact that 3 games in a row Nova decides to dominate and now they're back. They are at the top where everybody kind of assumed they would be. They're above godlike Stalwart, who's still holding on to that second place 7 because it's HVVP that drops down into 3rd, followed very closely by Vampire after that performance.
Remember earlier that when I told you that HVP could slightly just slide down to 4th place? It's looking that way if they're not going to be able to wake up. And Inco Gaming, I mean, currently with the 7-point lead, you do see Evo's Reborn, you do see 1 million. Donuts USG had a chance to make that gap a little bit closer and get themselves in contention there. They weren't able to really do that. I am going to be looking forward to seeing what Inco Gaming is going to be doing in this upcoming Erangel because we've seen them getting very, very stuck down the middle of the circle, putting themselves in a great place, and it's just a completely different team that we have seen, Glitter. This team puts themselves in just such a good place, and then they start trying to frag out. They're not too passive. You can see that they're going for those placement points, but they also want to get the eliminations.
Yeah, I think that the come up that we saw from Evos in this last match it wasn't huge. Obviously, after those first 2 matches, though, anything was better than going out first in the game, and so they did shrink that lead down with Inko just a tad, Jukes. But I think that like you're saying, Seven, the way Inko's been playing right now, they just look better.
This is the hardest part of the entire tournament right here because you have to think about this whole game differently. All these IGLs, their brains are going 100 miles per hour because if you're like Inko, you know that there's this massive target on your back. So are you going to change drop locations because you're in fear people are going to hot drop on you? All this comes into play here, Seven.
It definitely does, and that's why I have 1 million in my teams to watch, because this is a team that definitely needs to do something right now in this Erangel. If they don't, their dreams and hopes are pretty much going to be over trying to make it to survival stage. With Nova, I'm going to be hoping that Nova continues showing why they are that back-to-back champion. For whoever doubted them out there, they're showing that they're here to stay. And for Alpha 7, they want to continue on doing with what Nova is currently doing. We saw Alpha 7 start off really hot, but stuff hasn't been working out for them. They need to spark it up, and they need to spark it up now, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the Nova train as well. I think that they're just kind of dominating right now. I also wanted to keep my eyes on Godlike and Evo, see if they can continue to claw their way back in.
Cool, well that Nova train is on full blast right here. Let's see if it's going to go all the way to the end. And let's take it on over to John Allen and Zute.
3 more matches remain now, and it is so crazy. We didn't think we'd be in a world where HVVP weren't at the top of the tables, but here we are, 3rd place, and they're at risk.
Yeah, and then Nova shooting up to 1st place. I remember yesterday, I was thinking like, Nova can make survival stage at least, right? But look, they're in 1st place now after 3 explosive first 3 games. And it's like Nova just does not disappoint. They always put on a show, and it's like other tournaments that they play in. They're not in first place in the beginning, but towards the end, that clutch factor just starts kicking in, and they start shooting their way up there.
EVOS continue to chop and change their roster a little bit. Redface is back in, full apart. So EVOS gonna see if that will work out for them for the time being. Everybody's just gonna feel the pressure at this stage. It's now that mentality can really save a team. If you have that strong mental game, it can carry you through situations like this, especially for a team like HVVP.
Oh yeah, I think HVVP might be a little shooketh. You know, maybe flashbacks of going against Nova before, where Nova just towards the end stages start clutching it up, and they're seeing it happen once again. This time around, though, they're not even, you know, in the grand finals yet. There's a chance that they could drop out of the top 3, and as far as the survival stage goes, sure, there's going to be less strong teams in the survival group because all the top teams in the top 3 move on. But it is still quite scary, in my opinion, to try and make it into the grand finals from the survival, because only 4 out of 24 teams, right, can make it on if you're relegated down to the survival stage.
Yeah, it is pretty cruel. Actually a repeat, but in reverse of the first plane path that we had on Erangel today. Was it the first or the second? I can't quite remember. But either way, another south plane path coming through. Are we going to see HVVP repeat their drop on that west military base? I imagine that we might do. See if they do opt to go for that. But I mean, it is crazy. Coming into the day, I was thinking about, you know, how we might tell the story of maybe the Chinese teams aren't as strong as we thought they were, with LGD not making it last week and now Nova not making it this week. But I got completely bamboozled by Nova today. It has been incredible. They have the highest elimination count now by a fairly significant margin over HVVP. 4 chicken dinners as well, more than anybody else in this lobby. And it's all come from today.
Yeah. Quite an insane start for them. And HVVP did, in fact, drop down there to the south. I think for good reason, too. We saw in the very first game 2 casualties early on. And
is this the exact same circle that we had on the south plane path before? I think it might be.
Pretty close. I mean, the center of the circle is kind of where it ended. The Knights not stretching up to Pachinki because they need every point they get. They spot 1 lone player dropping here, and they're going to go for a quick isolation. Redface, smart for him to go up on the rooftop, but quickly caught in the off angle. Down to 1 HP, no first aid kits. This should be the end for Redface here.
Very difficult to get anything done there. 2 players move out, actually hops over, but Tensa goes clay pigeon shooting. Will take it down. First blood goes through to the Pittsburgh Knights. Still, I mean, at this stage, I'm kind of counting them out of being even able to get up to that survival stage bracket. Inco 117, EVOS 110. That's the fight we're sort of looking at, with 1 million as that outside chance to maybe be able to drop up into that table with a good point scoring game.
But with a couple games left, you do know every team not yet in that bubble is going to be trying their hardest to get every little desperate point they can get. And that could lead to teams like, not necessarily, you know, getting taken out by them, but it could lead to teams taking like hard casualties because they're so point starved and point hungry.
There's a cheeky little question there that came through. 57% of the answers were right. It was Buradam coming through to take home the first group red of the league play. That is a team coming from Thailand. They did incredibly well to step up in that first week, and it was really, really cool to see that resurgence. It was also fairly late, comparable to Nova's rise in this week's games.
The last day, things always change up in the last day. 1 million doing a little wheelie on the side with that tricycle. Man, the tricycle, such a terrible vehicle.
It's just awful.
I don't know why they have it in the game still. Like, no one likes it. You can't even have any cool skins with it, in my opinion, right? Like, if PUBG Mobile were to do like a cool collab, they'd like, you know, like we got the Tesla, We got multiple sports cars. Who's gonna settle for? I think there has been one tricycle skin though. So don't get me wrong, but imagine getting a tricycle skin.
Oof. I don't want to. Don't make me do that. Maybe maybe Hagrid's bike from Harry Potter, you know? Get a little skin on
No, that's actually a great idea. There you go.
That would be cool.
But it makes me think of that one meme. It was like, Mom, can I get a car skin? And it's like, but son,
We've got car skins at home.
we've got a car skin at home. Oh, man. All right, let's get back into the game. So the circle, like you mentioned, pretty centered around where the first game of Erangel ended. Of course, who knows where it could go. Every circle has been crazy as far as where it's been ending. This first circle looking very standard. Could end up in school for all we know. But for all the teams, everyone's spread out. Everyone's doing their looting. Nothing really tricky besides that first blood that the Knights got onto Evos, which does hurt Evos quite a bit. That's a team looking to get into that top 11. And just, hard start for them.
Another trike coming through from HVVP on this south side. Only one player going down for now, but yeah, you're right. Hard news for Evos to swallow. As well, with Redface just coming in as a substitute.
Yeah, they just subbed him in too, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty, really.
This might sound mean, but you know, he's getting subbed right back out. I'm joking.
Maybe.
That's I might not be wrong, but it's like Evos can feel the crunch too, right? Constant sub-ins and sub-outs. They're doing everything they can. Every little like potential problem, they're just like, okay, maybe this is a problem. We'll put this player back in, or we'll take you out. But I mean, that's what it's like when you're right on the cusp, when you were in the safety zone and then getting kicked out, and then not doing well for multiple games. That's what the pressure does to a team.
And there is so much of it now. The PMGC, this group green, I mean, we called it before coming into it, the group of death. And it seems like it might live up to that name. The amount of pressure being exerted is absolutely incredible. I'm looking at those top 3 spots, and you know, we've talked a lot about it in terms of getting that direct qualification to Jakarta later in the new year. And it's going to be really, really good news if you're able to get there. But not only that, there's the money that's involved as well, because the jump up is very, very significant. $85,000 for placing 3rd place in the group stages. You know what 4th place is worth? $22,000. That's a real big drop-off. With the caveat, it has to be said that the survival stage has a prize pool, with the top prize there being $26,000 and the last chance being $27,000 for 1st place as well. PvP though on the warpath.
Oh, wait a
crucially,
second.
Vampire. Hang on a minute. I'll cut the money talk right now, because Ravenclaw on the ropes will get spotted out. A lovely supporting fire coming through from Kitsune, and they can get that res on the forward position. Vampire losing a player to HVVP is so important as well, because the 4th place team Vampire now has their force diminished somewhat.
And,
oh no!
Oh, the other angle!
No! Oh, it comes back twofold as well. They send it back on in, and Vampire are still in this fight. They are not going to go down without their pound of flesh, and HVVP, they don't even want a part of this anymore. They're going to give it up. They leave the 2 players out the field, Matic and Kitsune. It felt like it was a good trade for HVVP. They were going to be able to get the res, get back on the road, but no. Halved, and again, they are cut down. Can they go as a duo much further?
This is catastrophe for HVVP. It's not just Vampires that are celebrating, you know, picking up those points. It's also Fireflux, Bacon Time, and Alpha 7. All of these teams immediately are like, all right, HVVP down to 2. Still got a few more games to go. We could pull this off. HVVP, though, multiple teams now, just all of a sudden, they're smelling blood in the water. And they're weak. HVVP down to 2. New zone pops out. Shifts hard to the west. I don't think we've seen a zone in here either yet on a game of Erangel, so we're going to be in for another fun one.
Nova getting central position over towards the apartments yet again. They moved in nice and early with an outpost over in school. Down one are going to crash into the back. Frozen swiftly
nice
spins around and gets out of there. I mean, you've just fully disengaged. You see 4 players move in as well. Sung might be able to find an angle onto the vehicle, but already that wall is there. The divot is there. A nice, timely evacuation from the school for Frozen. Holds back in with the rest of Nova.
I don't think Nova are happy with their position, though. I think they either wanted the doghouses, south of school on the high ground or the school building itself, but a little bit split up and both positions taken. Then again, this is only Circle 2. If the Circle keeps ending around on them, it gets a little bit dicier because we've seen that school compound just getting filled with teams. And Vampire now losing another player, the team, to take down 2 of HVVP, losing one in the process, might lose another one. And not just to any team, it's Fireflux. But Vampire, so resilient, answers right back. Now, most of the times, teams will decide to leave here, but it is so crucial for them to get this revive. They need every player up, and they're going to do what they can.
Fireflux taking a knock if they lose a player here. I mean, this fight is just good news for HVVP in general. Both of them fighting off against one another means that there's going to be fewer teams chasing them as hard, right? There's more damage done to them, and they are ahead, right? In terms of position, HVVP actually completely changed their position. They're all the way on that northern side as a duo. They've gone north of the river, so they actually crossed up there. They just want to stay out of dodge. As many points on this game as possible. It looks like they're just going to play quiet this time.
I think they're planning for maybe some miracle rotation towards the late game as a duo and just crossing their fingers, right? Rather than trying to weasel their way in with only 2.
Maybe. Next circle is still quite a little bit of a way out. Got about half a minute before we fully close on this phase. Central, school for Damwon. Apartments, mostly for Nova. Power operating in the hills to the south of those apartments and school.
Yeah. Strong shack positions right there south of school. It's on the high ground, and there's 2 of them. They're staggered horizontally. A lot of teams do play split there in the beginning, so we'll see how that plays out for them. And as far as going from 4 players down to 3, that's fine. But if you're going to go from 3 down to 2, you really do want to fight to get that 3rd member up, which is why we saw Vampire do what they can to get that revive. Because once you're down to 2 players, you become so limited in what's possible. But with 3, if you're playing confident and strong, you can almost play as a 4-man team still. Circle hard shifts a little bit to the west, so we're seeing those rotations come out now for everyone else towards the eastern side.
Potato Hill for Godlike Stalwart. We'll be able to probably spot out a couple of rotations coming through from this eastern side. Might be a major linchpin to be able to scout that north side of Potato Hill, probably one of the prime rotation areas, but I think a lot of teams are going to know this and head a little bit further south, one of whom, Evos, close to Bacon Time.
Here comes Inko with the full send towards the center of the circle. You were saying it seems like Inko has just been trying to get dead center on the 3rd circle. It has been working out for them, and it looks like it's going to work out here as they get the opening onto the Knights. The Knights playing 2-2 split. Now 3rd circle, it can work, but times are getting desperate for a lot of teams, so this might be a little bit too late to play a 2-2. And Coops also goes down on the other side. That is the Knights now down to 2 players, and Inko picking up 2 elimination points, and we'll get the full reset. The Knights just making mistakes, in my opinion, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they have been making mistakes sort of fairly repeatedly at this stage. Yeah. This is where pressure really does come and get you. You're sat at the bottom of the tables. It's not ideal. Tixi and Meku. Seems like HVVP have been making their fair share of mistakes today. 2 players down. They'll try and careen across the open ground with Olio up the top of the watchtower there. It's going to be pretty tricky to get past 1 million of there. Oh, Meku, no! He hops out. Oh, he draws it just short. I mean, he necessarily needed to find that shot. I think, yeah, Tixi's not even going to stop for this one. Meku is left high and dry against 3 players from 1 million right now. Actually, not doing terribly. No teams at the moment in a position to really take those off angles. Hang on a minute. No, someone's chiming in. Smoke does start to bloom. Is he going to go down? Have to wait and see. Does Bacon Time crash into the position from Inko?
Yeah, Bacon Time now with 4 down here. 4v4. Oh, Bacon Time from Damwon Gaming from long range. That is from the school position. I don't know if they'll be able to get a confirmation. Oh, gets really close. Actually, they do pick up 1 and got a 2nd knock there. second knock won't be able to be confirmed, but Tom1 Gaming putting some nice shots in. 2 elimination points for them from this school position.
Both Fireflux and Vampire were able to get back to 3 for Vampire and 4 for Fireflux, which is the maximum they could have had possible from those engagements. Vampire currently holding on the northeast side of Pachinki, that's southwest of this circle. Fireflux a little bit further into the circle, same axis. They're playing with 4. They have got a solid position here around the roadside.
Next circle comes out. Goes back to the northeast. That keeps a lot of teams in zone. Stalwarts has to make a play. I think they might be able to play that high ground still on the edge for one more zone before they see where they really need to push into. HVVP down to the solo. He's actually playing at one of the shacks that we were talking about. There's 2 of them. Power's at one, Tixie's at the other. There's a good chance he might actually get pushed by Stalwarts here as a solo player. Inko, I don't think they're aware that Bacon Time is down to 2. It looks like they're getting aggressive though, so they might actually have a decent idea.
Get a little bit of a spot going. This game, the teams that I'm really watching out for are Vampire and Fireflux, as well as HVVP, but we've already seen them be cut down fairly significantly. But you never can fully count Tixie out. It's very unlikely he's going to be able to get too much further with 16 teams remaining and only a solo. You've got to imagine your luck is not on your side.
Alpha 7, if they could end up winning this northern side from this position, it's going to be a difficult fight against... Actually, Donuts is only down to 3. So yeah, if Alpha 7 can take control of the circle on this northern edge, it does prime them for a huge game. I've seen this type of circle multiple times where the team from the north side, from Razak, end up getting a huge chicken dinner in. And Alpha 7, if they get this one in, they could be in that top 3 contention once again. Well, I mean, they currently are in the top 3 contention. That might actually shoot them up to 4th place if they could get a well-executed chicken dinner here.
Vampire are notching up the frags. They do lose a player and actually get flushed out. They are down to 2. But every point matters when the tables are this close. Alpha 7 pinching away the final elimination over towards Skylights Gaming, out in 16th place. U2 Alliance on the northwest edge going to struggle to get in, really. With their forward position knocked out as well, will be very tricky. Vampire further out on the west as well, down to 2. Fluke, Schweppes, actually shots coming through from U2 Alliance. Right down the middle of this valley as well. They can't move up to the hillside. There are teams looking out that way. They just have to keep moving forwards.
Mafioso, the off angle for Alpha 7, the one that stopped the first U2 player, gets knocked by USG Donuts actually, and he's out of zone. And it doesn't look like Alpha 7's going to go back for the revive. Unfortunately for them, USG Donuts, they go up there to confirm it, which does expose the rest of the Alpha 7 team to that angle because he was their anchor point in the flank. USG Donuts, though, don't have much time to utilize that position as the circle is closing, so they might be safe for now. As for a guy like Star Wars, taking a fight with Evos, this team cannot catch a break right now.
Evos in 12th place. They were on the chase for Inko, who are deeper into this zone. 2 players down, sorry, 1 player down for Evos. No, it is 2, in fact. Now just SKF left, with godlike Stalwart staring you down. That is one fearsome fight to have to take. The other knock is all the way out down south, so no chance that you go for this res. SKF, you imagine this game's just about to finish for him. Going out, 15th place, can you imagine? Really quite brutal. Vampire struggling in their own right. They've got 4 eliminations. They've just managed to outrun the blue, but the circle pops. It goes down. I think it keeps Tixie in. Yeah, Tixie is still in for HVVP. And with Vampire going down, it's good. But Fireflux are also going to have that shot this game.
Yeah, the shift does prompt Fireflux to have to fight their way in. Yeah, Alpha 7 losing control of the north side when their anchor point got taken. They realize they can't hold the north. They'll be forced to play in that ditch. Not much room not much that they could do there besides hoping they could survive and get into the next zone. So okay, setting up a forward position here. 1 million, still in zone, in a good strong spot, but they're down to 3. They might be pressured by one of the teams not in the zone from the west side, but there's quite a few teams. They might get caught up with one another. I'm looking at U2 Alliance, Alpha 7. the 2 members of Vampire and Fireflux all need to look this way. 1 Million's actually going to take the warehouse, smelling it out that it is unoccupied.
Okay, they managed to cross to cover. I mean, out in the headshot hills, you step over a ridgeline, you're going to need a new helmet. It is so difficult to move in this territory. With this number of teams out there as well, all looking to move, chaos. That's the only thing that's going to happen. Pittsburgh Knights getting crunched in as 1 Million make that cross, and they are going to force their way through. No sightlines really from across the road just yet, but Senke might try and line up a couple. I wonder if they think the Pittsburgh Knights are in that forward position. Alpha 7 will have to move ahead. View to Alliance. Fireflux, for me, is really a big, big part of this. Vampire did get eliminated, and that's a little bit of a relief for HVVP, but 3 points gained on the elimination total. HVVP, just Tixie remaining on that south side.
Very interesting rotation for U2 Alliance. They're looking to sweep and control more rather than just going into the zone. Good pressure play by them, though. It forces Fireflux back into a corner. This could have been Fireflux's position, but that small maneuver by U2 Alliance will pressure them away. Meanwhile, Damwon Gaming still just putting in massive amounts of damage everywhere. Already impressive, in my opinion, for them to pick up 2 points from in here. Nova has been in the elimination feed, taking some shots, and yeah, Fireflux forced into this crash, into this push. 4v4 situation. None of them go down on the initial crash, though, but here comes the util, the nades, and I spoke too soon. Let's us find out and confirmed.
It's not even a 4v4 as well, because you've got Bacon Time to worry about, playing a little bit further up the road in the garage. You've got shots coming through from across the road. Squash gets spotted, and Solke manages to get a really crucial knock. A nade to follow it up, gets the instant flush. And Fireflux are not done just yet. I mean, they're powerful. In these engagements, they go for the crash. Unfortunately, it might just be too much for them. The knock goes through over to their squad as well on the south of the wall. Ketch is trying to crawl on back through towards the rest of the roster. Might be allowed to do so. That smoke on the windowsill will bloom on out. In the meantime, U2 Alliance are just being forced up to these horrible ridgelines. Just trying to find anything. Look at Tixie, still going, by the way. Still alive and will be in the next circle. Unfortunately, Godlike Stalwart, they've been swimming around for a while, and finally they might jump out the water and snap him away.
Nova, I just realized, actually won a crucial fight with Power. They lost the zone in school, but they took over the doghouses up here, which is very strong. They run into Tixie, though, and Tixie takes out one of Nova, but it's actually Godlike Stalwarts that confirms the point. And now Godlike Stalwarts is here with 4 strong. Nova has a really tough fight ahead of them. They do somewhat have the positional advantage as far as this position being a better spot to rein in nades. But this is 4 members of Stalwarts we're talking about, and they're not going to all clump up for free for the Nova team to nade.
There are now 3 teams, by the way, on the south side of that compound on the road. They are playing in 3 separate buildings with 3 separate teams. It's really, really chock-a-block. No one wants to make that step. Nades over from Frozen towards Godlike Stalwart. Find that opening knock after losing their player. They do need to try and even those numbers. Over the side, Missile launches the nade. Wants to put the damage in action. Top both fall down, but 2 from Nova are answered towards. Just Pika left for the squad. Lit up, flushed out as well. Coming through, I think. Yep, that is going to come through from Pika, and now Jimmy moves up. The man of the hour for Nova. Last player standing, but Osel is just on such a brilliant sideswipe. Jimmy, however, can get it done. Time and time again today, he has stood up. Even over the course of yesterday, Jimmy has amazed us, and once more, he pulls it out the bag. Keeps Nova the only team now alive in the top 3.
Great clutch for Jimmy once again. Jimmy has been absolutely showing up today on the last day of all days. Alpha 7 gets finished out by USG Donuts. Damwon Gaming with their prime spot in school. That's the position that Nova wanted, but we saw them hesitate just for a split second, and they lost it. But now Damwon Gaming with 4 up, full control of the western side. And the only teams up that could contest Damwon Gaming are all caught on each other on the west.
Someone may be in for a little bit of a treat here. I'm still paying attention to Fireflux, by the way. One of the teams, well, the only team really now at the moment that has a solid chance, I would say, at overlapping HVVP's 3rd place position. They're currently on 210 points total. So they're 13 points behind HVVP. Inco, in the meantime, will try and make them work for it. Then Ebete giving a lot of damage over. Will be able to find that first knock. Solpe has to leap out the window. Dropped down as Vitali's on that off angle. And the chase is on. Ketch is actually given the
Ketch!
Oh, he goes for one, goes for two as well. Ketch is so good for this roster. He's done so much work and you to fight on out. Vitali's position now given away. Making time know where he is. And Ketch is still alive. Fireflux with 4 eliminations. Putting themselves really close to that marker. They're still 11 points behind HVVP, and they'll need to clamber up further. The placement points, however, at 7 do start to rack up.
That was definitely some drop communication there. Vitali saw Ketch run up the stairs there. He needed to be screaming behind you guys, behind you guys. Both players looking away from the stairs when they went down to Ketch. That's a mistake for Inco. They'll stay alive with 1. But they should have taken out Fireflux and remained up as 3 in the zone as well. That could have changed everything for Inco. But this is still a good game for them because they pick up 5 points. 1 million still with 3 players alive and 3 elimination points, trying to break into that bubble and take that position away. Jimmy still remaining alive. I think Nova's already done a great job in this game. And I don't know how much more placements points Jimmy could get. But he has his fingers crossed. Knights still trying to fight here. And I don't think they're going to be able to fight for long as Xenox goes down.
Pittsburgh Knights have been fighting for a very long time as a duo. And they will finally meet their end in 7th place. 1 elim, still not a very heavy hitting game. 1 million, 5 eliminations. If they can get this res, 3 alive. The circle is moving, however, and we will need to try and outrun it. Finally, Nova do go down. 1 million, a team in the bottom 5. That will have a chance if they get a strong game here, with Inco going very low, with EVOS falling out as well. They have a chance, but it is quite a long shot here. Unless they can get a chicken dinner, they won't be back in the running just yet.
Question. What if Damwon wins this game? Do they have a chance? Oh, 1 million. Crossing the road. Definitely not an easy cross to make. Oh, 2 teams with sightlines on them. Gonna pop peek over the wall. That's another player down. It's all down to Marshall. It's a 1v1 though. It's only Ketch here for now. And oh, we still got the solo player out of Inco. And Damwon Gaming, with 4 strong, with full control, they should be looking to, I wouldn't say play aggressive, but yeah, peek around a couple more angles, see what you can find, pick up some points.
Marshall is bullying Ketch right now. Has another nade. Oh, he knows the window as well. Ketch repositions down the stairs a little bit as well. Really important reposition there. Look at Damwon just stretching their legs. Ketch does finally fall, and Fireflux will not have the full pressure to make it up, but I mean, that's a lot of points that they've been able to earn on this game. That 3rd place still so tenuous for HVVP.
It's a standoff right now. Everybody's just basically fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as Damwon Gaming pretty much has secured 1st place outright for this match. They're just trying to secure more points, as much points as they can. They probably don't realize it's actually 3 teams they're against. Oh. Another nade. And there we go. There's a finish. Ooh. Oh, actually, the last one's stolen away there. Now it's down to a 4v1v1. Damwon Gaming needs to just go hard here and pick up the last 2 points. They need every point that they can get, and I want to see them get a little bit more aggressive instead of waiting this one out.
I mean, they're over I think they were over 50 points behind the bubble at this stage. Even with a chicken dinner here, it's, I imagine, too much to ask over the next 2 games for them to be able to make it up to 3rd, but they can definitely ladder up. The team that I'm paying attention to here is Vitali for Inco. This is the team on the bubble at the start of the game. 10 placement points guaranteed, and I think they're up to 6 eliminations. If you can ladder up once more, if you can find that elimination onto Marshall, that's worth 3 points to you.
Is Inco gonna survive into 2nd place? So that nade getting dangerously close. Neither player even going to move. They all want that 2nd place. Damwon Gaming now realizes, okay, these guys aren't going to move. We're going to have to move in on them before they go out to the blue zone. That grenade I thought was going to connect, but bounces off a little bit to the side.
I think he's on the outside. I think he's on... No, he can't be. He can't be. Damwon would have seen him. Yeah, Marshall.
Oh, he's in the
He knows
other room.
Vitali's there. But what can you do about it? No way.
One more
No
circle.
way is he not in the blue there. Oh my goodness me.
I think Vitaly's going to be
might go
found out
down.
first. Yep, he's going to be found out first.
That's unfortunate. Marshall is in the building. Okay, yeah, the zone will just crunch him away. Down one, will take that one to very few people's surprise. And right at the end there, Inco stay alive with one for so long. Fireflux don't quite make the run all the way up for HVVP's spot, but they do put a dent in it. As well as Vampire Esports keeping on going, they close that gap slightly. Going into the final two games today, Zute, it is all to play for.
Yeah. I like this. I like how we kind of slow down the pace here right before the last two games, right? I don't think my heart could have handled any more huge drastic changes. This is a little bit of a breather game. Damwon Gaming, get a great chicken dinner, but like you said, they're a bit far away from the top three. Unless if they pop off the next game, I wouldn't say they can make it into the top three. That's a decent win for them, but Inco Gaming was the one to watch out for. They secure couple more points, good placements, good eliminations to keep themselves in that bubble.
Not only that, 1 million with a pretty solid late game there. I didn't quite keep track of how many eliminations 1 million were able to pick up during that game, but they were on 97 at the start, which was 20 points behind Inco. They might have put enough work in to overtake EVOS on their position with a 13-point difference between the two of them, but still, really good stuff coming through. Down one, get a chicken dinner. It might not be enough for third place just yet, but it's still good news for the tables.
Damwon Kia end up winning that one with 23 points on the board. 1 million end up getting some good points as well. I know 7 Glitter, y'all guys have been keeping an eye on them all day today. And then Inco Gaming, man, the squad that has everything to lose right now put up some good points. I know they got to be feeling really good here, 7.
Yeah, for Inco Gaming, I mean, this is the perfect scenario, right? You do have a good performance at a 1 million, like you were mentioning, but they're able to counter with the 16-point finish here. And then Nova continuing on their streak, Glitter getting 11 points, and you don't see Alpha 7 anywhere up there.
Which is kind of crazy, but also HVVP wasn't really having a huge game in this last match either, so we'll have to see what that ends up doing to the overall standings as we take a look here. A little bit of a head-to-head between Ketch and Naoto. And we actually have some pretty even numbers across the board. And what's huge though, 7, have we seen this yet? Have we seen 50% of the team contribution from one player with 5 elims, almost 1k damage? I mean, that's a big game for USG.
It is, and I think that might be a first one. By the way, I love to see some Fireflux players there because that was a team that was starting to fall asleep a little bit, kind of like Damwon Gaming was. It's a great bounce back here halfway through the day.
Huge bounce back for them. I mean, so many of these teams are just so much pressure on. There's only 2 matches left for the day, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
And we're back, everybody. Man, 2 more matches left here today. 5 teams going home and have to wait a whole year before they get this chance again. Absolute madness. This is one of the best shows when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And of course, it couldn't be done without none other than our sponsor, Sony. Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, they were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intense gaming and streaming. Man, I'll tell you what, speaking of intense, it's time to take a look at the overall rankings. And I think it's now time to also start coming up with our conspiracy theories here. Glitter, 7. Look at this board. HVVP is in 3rd place. And you know they have a massive target on their back here, Glitter.
They absolutely do. And after that performance, a little bit of a comeback like you were mentioning earlier, 7, Fireflux is only 6 points behind them. So if I were HVVP, I would be starting to get a little bit nervous here. That forces Vampire Esports down, but only 3 points behind Fireflux. I mean, this is a tight race. You see that Damwon after that performance, they're up here on this first page now. And like the casters are saying, it's still a big gap for them to try to close in 2 more matches, but they can at least shrink it down. Meanwhile, Inko kind of maintaining a decent spot, though, like you would also mention, 7, because of the matching performances.
Yeah, the matching performance helped them out in a big way. You can see them being able to keep a little bit of that lead that they do have. We have seen some of the other teams. I mean, Donuts USG, they just have Naoto up there for the top players head-to-head. I wonder if maybe those teams can have a pop-up performances, because that's what 1 million Evos in Donuts is going to need. A pop-up performance. What they have been doing is just not going to cut it. And I honestly don't know, Glitter, if any of those teams can have a pop-up performance.
It's probably too late for that, Jukes. I mean, how are you feeling about that?
Well, you see, this is the question. Okay, so if you look at the next person down from Inko, they have 18 points in difference, and it only gets bigger from there. So you have to think, what is the strategy coming from these players at this point? At this point, some of the teams at the bottom, they probably feel that they got nothing to lose, and they're just going to have fun. And you'd be surprised, they'll probably do pretty good here. But, you know, my question is this to you, 7. You know, with that 18-point gap minimum, okay, I think that now at this point, right, obviously having a good performance is huge, but I think if you don't, like Inko Gaming, I think you have to take them out early here. What do you think?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying there. This is kind of what I was alluding earlier. Yeah, a team could have a good performance, but if the other team that you're trying to catch up is also having a good performance, it's pretty much pointless.
Yep,
and that's why I'm going to be looking at Fireflux and Alpha 7, because those 2 teams are currently fighting for that 3rd spot. HPVP stuff has not been working out for you, and I think we got a perfect example to Glitter in the earlier Miramar match when they just fully send it to the middle of the map. You could hear John having pretty much a stroke, wondering how that had worked out for him. That stuff is currently not working for him. They need to do something different.
Which is crazy, too, because they were at the top of the leaderboard until, I don't know, 4 games ago. So this is got to be really, really rough. They need to clutch up in these last 2 matches and kind of regain a little bit of that former glory. I'm keeping my eyes on Nova and Inko. All right, Inko still needs to maintain themselves just inside that bubble so they can at least make it to the survival stage. And then, of course, a Damwon. After the performance they just had, they tend to snowball a little bit and see if they can keep it up.
Yep.
Man, well, at this point, I think it's all about top 3 or nothing. So you got to put it all on the line, everything you got to get one of those golden tickets. Let's see if someone can get it, hopefully here in this next game, as we go on over to our casters.
We're heading over into Miramar. We're getting straight on into the action, hopefully very, very soon, because for this 3rd place spot, the chase is on. And with a team that nobody would have expected coming into today, HVVP in that bubble position.
Yeah, HVVP going from 1st place the entirety of the week, the entirety of this tournament, all of a sudden looking like they might not even make top 3. That's a huge, drastic drop off. I mean, if you take a look at their performances today, they had an okay game number 1, but game number 2, 3, and 4 just riddled with mistakes and sloppiness, and that has let the other teams really surpass them, that of Nova and Godlike Star Wars Esports, and who knows, maybe even Fireflux or another team below Fireflux will knock them out of the top 3.
Definitely possible at this stage. It's still 2 games to go, and in general, profiting more than 10 points a game over someone is going to be very, very tricky, which means that teams like Alpha 7, Damwon Kia at this stage, I don't think have that much of a chance to go through. But for Fireflux, Vampire, and Bacon Time, those are the 3 who I think could knock that spot and take it down. Godlike Stalwart, not out of the woods just yet as well. Remember, they still could be overtaken by a team like Fireflux, but their points total of 239 is so much more to try and jump on over. And as I said, trying to profit more than 10 points a game over someone at the top of those tables is going to be really, really hard. And Fireflux, they're 21 points behind. That would mean a little bit more than 10 per game.
Yeah. Worst case scenario for Godlike, it'd be HVVP and Fireflux stepping up, right? Which would essentially knock them out of the top 3. But we'll see what happens. We have this game and just only one more, John. And this is a good circle all the way up in the Northeast for a team like Alpha 7. So if Alpha 7 wins this one, hey, it can come down to the very last game, and Alpha 7 all of a sudden, right, has a chance at that top 3. But this is only the first circle. Who knows what's going to happen? But it looks at least a favorable start for the team of Alpha 7.
I'm also looking at what HVVP are going to do. I mean, we keep talking about them because they are in the crucial position. They're going to move up to La Copperia. They can move in along that northern side and take some control there. Miramar is the map where they have their only chicken dinner as well. And playing from this north side, it can give them a little bit of confidence. Hopefully, they can get there without losing a player or making a little bit of a mistake. Hang on a minute, Fireflux.
Uh-oh.
Having a bit of a scrap with Nova, but I don't think either of them really have the weaponry to go for this engagement. Solke moving forward to the micro Uzi.
I like it.
Spots the back of the bus.
I like it. I like how Order was also so cautious to the point that he didn't even get back on the bike, because then he'd have to drive forwards just a little bit. And if Soke found the gun in that first shack, you know, that could have been the end for him. But both teams just on a scramble for any sort of points they could get. You know, Order, he probably picked up that bike about 500 meters away, found a pistol, saw a player parachuting, stretching a little bit, and just gunned it. Try to get those shots in.
I mean, you do go for those. And if Fireflux had lost a player there, that could have essentially cut down their run for this 3rd place as well.
Oh, yeah.
They're currently 6 points behind HVVP. Absolutely within striking distance. Vampire, 215, 9 points behind HVVP. Oh, it is so, so dangerous. It's kind of all I'm paying attention to, I'll be honest.
I also like how Nova, you know, they went from like 8th up to 1st, and they got so many good games. They have an 11-point lead, but you still see player like Order pulling stunts like that. And it's not, you know, I'm going to say it's not exactly a bad idea, but it's like, it's calculated risk, and he's got the confidence enough, and he knows the second he misses the first few shots, he needs to get out of there, and that's exactly what he did. And he still took the precaution of not getting right back on the bike and, you know, being forced to drive a little bit more forwards into the other player.
So far today, Nova have earned 96 points. 96 points in 4 matches. 4 matches. That's almost a 25-point average today. That is insane. It is unlike, I think, anything I've ever seen, to be honest, especially at a PMGC level.
6 points. Let's just say they got 100 points in 4 games, right? To make the math simple. That means in 4 games, they have done almost more, like half of what they've done in 3 days.
Yeah, that's, I mean, 154 was their total after the first 3 days, right?
Uh-huh.
So they are currently, what is that? You put me on the spot now. 58 points less than they've been able to earn over the 3 days in the first 4 games.
There's a lot of percentages and maths that could be further done with that, but I'm gonna leave that to you if you want to.
The bottom line is it's really bloody impressive. Is what
yes.
they've done.
To put it in simple terms, without all the numbers. But yeah, first circle, teams are starting to rotate 5 minutes in. This circle we did see the other day, except it ended way, way far in the north in a very familiar area. I'm thinking this one's going to pull back a little bit more central into a spot that teams probably have already played. I can't even remember if we've seen a circle in here. We definitely have a couple in the northern side to start off with, though.
Donuts USG currently moving around near water treatment, getting north fairly early, snaking their way through the hills of Miramar. Nova currently just to the west side of Junkyard, moving over their own hills as well. Miracle workers here today. Look at that Paraboy, just stretching it out, just keeping it loose.
That's how he lands all his long-range shots. Got to keep it relaxed and loose. Keep the trigger finger ready, but not too tight. That's how you miss your shots. I was saying how Alpha 7 is in a good spot to start off the map with the circle being so far northeast. Another team that I didn't touch on, though, is Vampire Esports. They're coming in from the Campo Militar side, which is even further northeast of Alpha 7. So Vampire will essentially be able to have their backs clear for the entirety of the game, unless if they overextend a little bit, but that could work out really well for them.
Certainly could, and especially given their position on the tables, it's going to be nice to have a little bit of a peaceful game to start things off, get towards those top sort of 7 positions without too much of a problem, and then start to light things up. Top 5 rate for the map, notably lacking HVVP, but Vampire Esports are there. Fireflux aren't there either, but still, it's good news for the Vampire squad.
Definitely so. Taking a look at the rest of the map here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Teams are playing it pretty standard. Damwon Gaming might run into Fireflux, so Fireflux taking a very long time to rotate all the way in the southwest here. Yeah, Damwon Gaming driving by. Should be a straight shot for them through, as there's no one in Picado to slow this down. Fireflux, though, we'll see the team of Damwon rotating ahead, so gives Fireflux a little bit of a heads up that there could be a team very close by to them as they come into the circle.
I think Fireflux is, I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but the power that Fireflux have been able to find comes from almost emulating the playstyle of HVVP, and maybe that's a little bit disingenuous to say emulating. I mean, it is still their playstyle as well on Fireflux's side, but that's the sort of style, right? Playing back, playing for those edges, and just crunching, sweeping, controlling. We haven't seen that from HVVP today, and Fireflux were able to capitalize on it yesterday.
Yeah.
Today, it's really been the story of Nova getting center and fragging out their mind.
Speaking about getting center, the circle centers almost perfectly, probably actually perfectly right into the middle. It does make it a little bit tricky, though, with that road cutting the map in half between the north and south side. Teams will have to figure out which way it'll go. It looks like it's going to favor the north slightly more, though, but you can never be too sure with the circles out on Miramar.
Vampire on the northeast side do have a slice of this, with 1 million pushing in on their eastern edge. Ravenclaw will be able to hold that off, or certainly gather the info of this location, if nothing else. Further in is Evos ahead, near El Azahar. Godlike Stalwart on the western side, moving into the stables.
Yeah, this is on the western edge here. Godlike, another team to really watch out for, see if they can maybe overtake Nova. It was 2 years ago, I believe, that this Godlike team got second place to the likes of Nova in PMGC Grand Finals. So, a lot of similarities happening here. This is almost like a Grand Finals because of the caliber of the teams, right? We already have so many championship teams in this group, and this is just a group out of 3 groups. There's still heavy-hitting teams elsewhere that's all going to congregate into the grand finals later down the line. And oh boy, we think this one is neck and neck, tough and tough, back and forth. Can't imagine what the grand finals are going to be like, John.
I mean, not even the grand finals, the survival bracket at this stage is going to be absolutely mental. Because we are going to see some strong teams go in there. We can't fit 6 in 3. It just doesn't work like that. I know we'd love to, but it's just not the way it works in the end. So 3 of these 6 teams that we currently have vying for the top spots will have to go home. We're going to not go home, go to the survival stage and start with their revision for the rest of the teams going over there. It's not going to be nice. It's not going to be pretty. But I can tell you what, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Just to correct something I made a mistake on earlier. Actually, 2 years ago, it wasn't Godlike Stalwarts Esports. It was a different Mongolian team. It was Zeus, I believe. Yeah, but that's what really put the Mongolian region on the map. And then it was last year that this current iteration of the Godlike Stalwarts team overtook that Zeus team, and they became the shining pride for Mongolia. And they're keeping it strong here, you know, staying in the top 2. They also had a difficult climb back up into the top 3. Right, they were struggling quite a bit, falling down, having a lot of rough games, but they've proven their worth as well.
Absolutely. It's been really, really good to see Godlike Stalwart come back into this engagement, into this fight, with the strength that they've been able to accrue. We spoke about how many points Nova was able to get over the course of today. 96, really, really heavy total. When you turn that around and look at what HVVP have been able to earn today, they started on 209. So they really have been lackluster today, only getting 15 points in the first 4 games. That's such a vast ocean of difference that we just need to see HVVP step up, because they can do it. We know they can.
Good start for EVOS. They really need it. Can they confirm the point onto 1 million too? The team that's slightly ahead of them in points. And stolen by Vampire. Oh, those stolen eliminations. We brought it up in the very beginning how it will have a big impact, and that 1 point right there, that's gotta suck for EVOS. And the circle, by the way, did shift up further north. It's very similar to that one Miramar game we had maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, where Alpha 7 ended up getting a huge, huge chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations.
Would be great. I mean, so many teams would love that right now. So many vital positions being vied for. The middle of the table is looking a little bit more secure. From 7th through 10th, it's looking pretty chill at this stage. With 2 games remaining, you imagine you're going to be stuck in these brackets. Using this as a scrim opportunity for the survival stage. Still trying to maximize your earnings and maximize your points. But you must feel a little bit resigned when you're in one of those middle spots at this point.
I think Alpha 7, with this position in the zone and this being their map, they're not going to lay their weapons down just yet. If they could get a chicken here, they have a chance at the very final game. Nova on the south side, Fireflux on the very southern edge of this zone, meaning they definitely will have to cross the road at some point. This could be a difficult game for Fireflux to close that gap and break into the bubble. HVVP, meanwhile, sitting pretty comfortable on the north side of things, but they're also on the edge. So if it centers on up, both Fireflux and HVVP will have to fight their way in.
But that's where they shine for HVVP. I want them to have that performance today. I feel like this is a team that deserves to get a direct qualification spot. We've seen the power that they've been able to bring to the lobby. We've seen the power that they've exerted. But today it just has not been there. And in the final 2 games, they'll need to pull it out of the bag to keep themselves going, or they'll be bumped down to the survival stage, which would be bad news for them and even worse news for everybody else.
Even worse news for everybody else. The amount of teams that HVVP can take advantage of in the survival stage compared to this current group, oh yeah, there's a lot of teams that they could just take fights with. The circle has shifted a little bit more to the north, keeping HVVP in zone. Fireflux, however, do have to cross this road. They do have buggies, at least, probably the best vehicle to have in a game of Miramar. But it's going to be a difficult cross either way. Look at this. To their left, Damwon Gaming, the Knights, and Godlike Star Wars, all on the edge. To their east side, Udo Alliance, Evos, Vampire Esports, all not in the zone. This rotation for Fireflux might be the last one they make here on Miramar.
Into the Valley of Death they ride. They ride strong and pull up on the position. Damwon yet to find an opening knock as Pittsburgh Knights taking shots out this way as well at both of the teams. Solus, Ketch, Lutz, all at the backside of the building. One does go down, but Sung is answered on towards, and Damwon lose the longhouse. Osal there on the hold, sprayed around the corner, and this is the push from Fireflux.
That's so smart.
They needed it to work, and it has. They've taken control of the building, but they still have to move up north. The disengage comes through from Damwon, and they'll need to push in. In the meantime, Godlike Stalwart from the west side, moving in past Skylights Gaming, trying to take this fight, doing so fairly well. Unfortunately, though, on the south side, Nova have the bead over towards Damwon, and they're going to force them into the push over towards Venom, towards the rest of 1 million as well.
Yeah, Damwon with a good chicken, but that was slight mishap, slight mistake in their defense, and they're down to one member suddenly. Such a smart move by Fireflux. So, wait, hold on. Fireflux down to... Oh, yeah, they're not in the zone yet after winning that. They still have to fight past the Knights, and yeah, Fireflux down to 2. One member knocked. Damwon Gaming is out. They are taking a fight against the Knights right now on that southern edge. Here's that fight. Coops is pushing Lutz and the other member of Fireflux. I don't think this is going to work out for them. Coops actually gets run over.
Run down. Lutz is still active for Fireflux. It's Xenox and Spec for Pittsburgh Knights. Lutz is getting the heal off. Solke moving on up. Lutz gets the flush. That information was being given back over. Solke not going to be an easy res, to be sure. Damage on the back lines as well for Pittsburgh Knights will slow their aggression, but the zone will push everyone in. Godlike Stalwart in the meantime, finding the remnants of Shockwave, and actually HVVP are looking to try and exert some control here at a crucial time for them. This northern side looking good at the moment. Fireflux will get run down and eliminated. They will not have the run towards HVVP. They have one more shot at glory, and that'll come in Erangel next. But we're back on over with Nova, who actually lost a player, and a knock went over their way. It's Paraboy and Order, the gruesome twosome for the squad. The powerhouse of today. Order on the swivel, snaps the shots back on over. No knocks go either way. Evos are here as well, trying to ruin the day against Udo Alliance. Look at the health bars for Udo Alliance in the meantime. Paraboy forced back on in, but the circle is nowhere to be seen near them.
Yeah, this is a tough fight for Nova. They're being crunched in by two teams. Evos hungry for the points, taking a very aggressive push towards both of these teams, and that's Nova down to 1. It is just all up to Order, and the nade rings true. This is Nova out early. A bad game for them compared to what they've done so far, but they have somewhat of a slight lead. This is a huge game for Star Wars Esports to maybe overtake that first place position, and HVVP still have 4 left in this match.
Still have 4 playing on that north side. 2 eliminations for now. Alpha 7 may be a little bit of a problem. Bacon time ahead of them. In the meantime, on the southeast side, Evos with 3. 3 eliminations, 13th place right now. Another knock sent over to Redface, though. It's not good news. Udo Alliance taking these eliminations away from them as well. Pittsburgh Knights cannot be capitalized on by Evos as Udo Alliance guard them out. And the eliminations, the points, so important for Evos. Sat 23 points behind. With those 3 eliminations they've got, well, it'd be 24 points behind. With the 3 they've got, 21 overall. More points needed to be earned this game. It's going to be hard. And HVVP, in the meantime, they've shifted over to the east, and they've taken out at least one of Alpha 7, maybe looking for more.
HVVP about to start on their warpath. We have yet to see that warpath today, but starts off with 1 onto Alpha 7. These two teams always fighting it out. Udo Alliance, a good defense against both Evos and the Knights, but finally they're whittled down just to 1, and Evos smells that weakness. They want every point they can, And so far, they've picked up 4 elimination points. This is the best game that they've had so far today. I want to see them continue on the pressure. I mean, they have the zone, so why not try and pick up these last 2 remaining? And that's a good nade. Forces Helton up a little bit forwards, and he'll catch some stray bullets.
Forces him to go for a little bit of a heal. Only the one first aid, and actually has to challenge just Raw on this. Doesn't even get that heal off. Look at the positions. Microboy taken down with a crucial off angle for Udo Alliance. Helton still going. Helton still alive. Redface is up and close. Will not be able to take him down just yet. Finally, he's going to fall, but there's still the backline to deal with, and it's not easy. Redface falls. A sliver of HP. Lyzerg looks for the final shots, but it comes the third party, and Vampire sees it. Unfortunately, though, it won't go much longer for either of those squads. Udo Alliance eliminated down south as well.
Vampire Esports from distance with that finish. Vampire Esports at 215 with 2 elimination points. They also have 4. HVVP looking very healthy, however. This could be a game for Vampire Esports to strike in from the distance and then close it out towards the late game when it gets close and personal. They are on the eastern edge, though, so they'll probably have to make some type of push sooner or later on the next circle shift. But man, so many things riding on the line. Star Wars Esports also with 4 on the western side, looking at USG Donuts now in the next circle. Who is it going to favor? If it doesn't favor either of those 3 teams, all 3 will have to move in closer to claim their spot in the next circle.
This is the test moment for HVVP on today. They need to push through Alpha 7, or, well, I suppose they could try and go around the side, but there's really not too much to work with there. Godlike Stalwart up and to bat against Donuts USG. It's not going well to start off as action does fall. There is an answer from Scry, and in slides Pika. Moves on up in the coop. Looks for more knocks, gets the flush. Missile laying low for now. Stands up and wants to find Scry, but he's knocked back immediately. Top is on the ball. And Lufa now, last standing for the squad from Japan. Cooking a nade. Puts it out a little bit wide. The push-up has come further. And Godlike Stalwart will stay in for now.
Godlike smells that position out. They hear the nade. They assume it's from some sort of enclosed position. And they know it's here. And yep, that nade will catch Lufa. That is USG out. More importantly for Godlike, though, they pick up more points. And instantly scoping out into the blue zone. Spotting out another player. I don't know if they managed to get that knock, but Vampire Esports continue to pick up points, getting a nade knock on to Spec. The Knights down to 1. Xenox last up, and Vampire has the read on him.
Xenox probably going to be going down here. Certainly not safe by any stretch, but Vampire will need to move further north. Power are looking their way. In the meantime, though, HVVP, the crucial push made from Mafioso, tries to launch it out, doesn't quite find Tixie, so no opening knock for Alpha 7. Still 4 players from HVVP to deal with, and they will pause, go for a little bit of a heal. Xenox will fall in the meantime, and HVVP do get that heal off. Mafioso now in danger on the floor in the separate building. Meku lighting up through the door frames. Mafioso still split from the rest of the roster, and look at HVVP, they're tentative, they're back and forth, they are not committing just yet, they're looking for a little bit of an opening. Carrillo tries to sneak it through, but won't find any shots there. Tixie around the corner, but he goes down first, and it's so poor for them, and second follows. Mafioso is finding the shots that he needs, and Mythic now plays with Carrillo across the way. It's 2 versus 2, HVVP, and down again it's Matic. Meku last standing for the squad from CIS, coming through, top qualifier from the European Championship, and again, they fumble the ball. HVVP fall. Down in 9, 3 eliminations. Vampire staying up with 2. They have 3 eliminations themselves in hand, but they are in a dangerous spot.
Meanwhile, Godlike with 2 up might be able to get the revive up to 6 eliminations. Vampire could still do this. Bacon Time has a full 4-man squad. Where has Bacon Time been in the map though? They've been on the north, just chilling and relaxing. If Bacon Time decides to swoop into this late game, they could also jump up on the rankings. There's so many heavy-hitting teams still. Godlike Star Wars down to 1 player. They could get that close revive. I don't know. Yeah, the 3rd player does go down. Power here. Finishing off 1 player of Vampire, and that is Vampire eliminated and gone from the lobby. Not that many eliminations. Not as much as they would have liked.
That is crazy. Going into the final game, all 3 of 3, 4, and 5 position have 3 eliminations. The placement points are not big either. It is so close on that bubble. Zute, none of those teams had an impact here. If HVVP had won that fight with Alpha 7, if they hadn't fumbled
That'd
it, if they
be
hadn't
such a
lost
big difference
Tixie,
maker.
it would be
Yeah.
such a big difference here. We would be having a completely different conversation.
And I feel like, yeah, fumble was the right word. It was a 4 versus 3. We don't see HVVP ever kind of lose those. Close range fight. Alpha 7 was just pretty much trapped in. Maybe a few more usage of util. Maybe they ran out. I don't know. But either way, Alpha 7 win that one. Now, our eyes are set onto Bacon Time and Godlike Star Wars. Bacon Time losing one player, however, might be able to get that revive. But Bacon Time strikes in huge here. Doesn't look like it. They're down to 3 now.
This is the chance for Godlike Stalwart to actually jump up and potentially, as you say, take that spot at the top. 8 eliminations right now. Will put them up at 247 total. So very, very close. With the placement points they've guaranteed already, they might have done it at this stage without any more effort needed. But if you want to take that top spot, you're going to have to put a little bit more of a gap between you and Nova, because despite a poor game today, well, not today, this game, they are still Nova and they are still on fire. Almost a 100-point day team. Alpha 7 getting cut down.
Yeah, they're getting cut down from 1 million and Bacon Time, and that is Alpha 7 out. Very valiant stand against HPVV, but they can't make the push into the next circle. Godlike Star Wars still alive, and we're in the top 5. That's a good amount of placement points once you break that top 5 spot. So very good news for Godlike Star Wars. Very bad news for the likes of Nova. Bacon Time still have 3. They could still do something here. Only 2 eliminations though, however, so far.
The only team that doesn't really have a massively important position on the tables is Power at this stage with 4 players alive. 1 million chasing Inko. Vitali going low, going out here could give 1 million that little bit of an opening that they need. If Shirty can tag the shin, there it is, finally finding the shots around the broken door. But 1 million out. Well, Inko out with 2 elims. 1 million now have a chance. With 2 players, it's going to be tricky, but they can close that gap for the bottom bubble as well.
How is Pika still alive here? He smoked his way down through that? Man, Godlike, just getting every little point they can. Now they go from top 5 to top 4. If he gets the next circle blessed over to his side, he can maybe get another placement higher too.
1 million go down.
Yeah.
Even Power could struggle against Bacon Time's lineup.
Oh, is Power not in zone here? Do they have to leave the hard cover?
I think they do. Look at the circles. They're just outside on the shift.
Yeah.
They might have a really forward position, but they're only going to have 1 or 2 of those, and those nades are going to fly straight away.
Circle's closing ever so slowly. We do know Godlike is safe. Oh, just as I say that, he's getting shot up from Bacon Time. They sniff him out, and that's Godlike out in 4th place, but with 8 eliminations.
That's a really huge result. That's 16 points on the game. That will be enough to chase down for that top spot. So 3rd place moving into the final game will be all hotly contested for. 1st place hotly contested for. If 1 million keep going and survive up at yet another place, that's that bottom bubble being contested for. All of these teams sinking their teeth into this lobby, tearing pieces out of each other.
Power forced to slowly push on out now that the zone is closing in. Looks like they do have some... Oh, that's not hard cover. Those are just vehicles. 1 million. I respect it. Send 1 player out. No point in just keeping 2 stuck in the shack. See if 1 player could get something done. Not able to, though. It's Bacon Time pretty much versus Power now. Power with 4 players. Bacon Time with only 3. There goes the last player of 1 million.
3rd place, 3 eliminations, 13 points on the game.
Oh!
A nade over the top, double knock over towards Power, and the numbers are now in the advantage of Bacon Time. Shirty leads the charge, moves around the side. We'll probably look for a flush here over onto Aziz if they aren't going to push forwards for Power to try and take it back. Oh, Kante though, gets faded. 2nd answer from it. Bacon Time now playing against 1. The nade over the top to try and keep them alive. There was 1 answer. Shimmies around the rock. Aziz will fall. 2 players alive for Bacon Time and active. with 5 eliminations total. Picking up a chicken dinner could add a 4th contender to that 3rd place chase. And the nades start to fly over towards the back lines. Might just do it there as it rolls through the smoke. Burning at the back as well, and they will shut it down. It's bacon time with a crucially timed chicken dinner.
That does give them a chance at top 3 as well. Especially with HVVP fumbling there, not being able to create that much needed point gap between them and everyone else looking to take their 3rd spot to directly qualify. It all comes down to the last game as we all predicted, but I don't think anyone could predict what's gonna happen in the very last game today.
I think with that game, Bacon Time might be in the top 3. They
No
might
way.
I think they might have just overtaken HVVP.
Do you think so?
I think they get at least.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see, John.
I think they get. Yeah, I think they get a couple of eliminations. All down to how many eliminations they were able to get.
No
Bacon Time
way.
from 6th place could have jumped up into 3rd with that.
We'll see. But oh man, John, we got one game left. So much riding on the line. The top 3, the survival, the top 1 even. I can't wait.
It's all to play for now. One more chance to shine through the lobby, to take control, to get those direct qualification spots, or even stay alive. It's all coming down to the last. Make sure you stay tuned.
And it's bacon time, clutching it up right when they need to. This is going to come down to the last and final game here.
It definitely is. I mean, so many teams that needed to perform have definitely performed here. You mentioned it perfectly. Bacon Time, 23 points, Glitter. And what's crazy, too, is that Godlike Sour was able to take advantage of Nova only getting 2 points. Godlike Sour with 16 points.
I mean, it's the last 2 matches of the day. You know, everyone's pulling out all the stops, even Power Esports with the 9 eliminations for a total of 21 points for their game. That's a huge game for Power as well. I mean, you get a couple points here out of 1 Million Esports, a couple out of Alpha 7, even Inco is up here. So there's a couple races that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. But generally, why is it always the case that in the last or second to last match of the day, people that could have been stepping up all day, Bacon Time, step up? What's in the water?
The pressure. They feel that pressure. That's exactly what it is. And you know what? Overall rankings, Bacon Time! Clutching it up.
Oh my
I
goodness!
told you it was bound to happen. HVVP going to 4th place. Bacon Time making that big push there. And what's even crazier, Godlike Star Wars was able to do just enough glitter to pass Nova for 1st place.
This is the first time the entire weekend that HVVP has not been in the top 3. So this is going to be do or die time for them if they want to make their way back. To be fair, they're only 2 points behind, but they have to match whatever Bacon Time does or go straight for them, take them out, and then continue to work up from there. Godlike Stalwart, amazing positioning. They've now got 3 points above Nova, so they look very, very comfortable. There's gaps that are being formed, and as we look at the bottom half of the bubble, 7, Inco has been just matching everything that 1 Million Esports has brought to the table today.
They definitely have. They've been canceling out whatever Inco Gaming is doing. You can see it over and over again. 1 Million needs to find a way to just stop Inco Gaming from getting into that late game. And I was actually going back and looking at that first page because there's just so much crazy stuff going on. some teams are just 10 points away from also being able to make that jump up to third place. It's not safe for anybody, Glitter. And the best part here is that we are going to be going into Erangel. We know which teams have been the top teams there. Some teams have actually faltered. I need to call out Nova. Nova played a completely different style than what we have seen throughout so far today. Whenever Nova is actually split and they have their players kind of doing their own thing, they do so much better. In this last game, they were all together and it was just a completely different Nova. I'm hoping that we see a Nova that is going to be split. And talking about top Erangel performance, Fireflux. That is great to see because that's a team that can definitely jump to third place.
I was just going to say that's another team that is 1,000,000% in the running. If Fireflux have a pop-off performance, they are skyrocketing right back up the leaderboard. So you know that Nova, Godlike Stalwart, and now Bacon Time, who apparently is also a top Erangel performer, is going to be keeping their eyes on them. There's so much for all of these teams to be keeping track of right now that heading into this final match, I actually think it's going to be really interesting to see the playstyle decisions that are made by the teams that are desperate to get into the top 3 and those that are already there and need to hold it.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there's 3 squads that could easily jump into that top 3 without even thinking twice here. So, I mean, it's so crazy. There's so many things to think about here. I mean, not to mention you got those teams at the bottom who have no chance at this point. So literally, they could go and spoil and just say, hey, we don't want any of these teams to go into the next stage. I mean, it's crazy. Go.
Jukes, Knights and HVVP.
Yes.
Knights and HVVP.
Oh my gosh.
That's the situation you are describing. Knights can shut everything down for them. They've got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose at this point, and HVP has everything to lose. So let's take a look at y'all's teams to watch, but there's too many. There's so many of them, and look at these picks. I mean, I think, yeah, that makes sense. That makes definitely sense right there. Can these squads hold on? And in Bacon Time, jumping in right when it needed to be here, 7.
They definitely have, Glitter. You know what? I actually want you to take it first. I want you to take it first for me, please.
I'm just really stressed out right now. Okay, now that I realized the potential that Knights have to play that spoiler role for HVVP, who is obviously both of a pick for both of us, that could be just the most insane opportunity. I hope we're able to kind of follow that and see how that turns out. You know that Godlike Stalwart and Nova want to be holding those spots. They don't even have a big gap separating the two of them, let alone them from third and everybody else below them. And the fact that Nova was one of the only teams not on top Erangel performance, like you were saying, 7, you were hinting at that earlier, they are going to have to step it up in the last match.
And for me with HVVP, I'm going to be looking at the urgency that now they're going to have, right? They've been this top team for 3 days. Now in the last day, they're not even in the top 3. They're looking at survival stage at this point. Is this team, how are they going to be playing? We've seen them do crazy stuff. It worked out in the first 30 days. So far today, maybe it worked out a little bit in the first Miramar. After that, nothing has really worked out for them. Are they going to be trying to be the aggressive team that we have seen in the first 3 days? Or are they not going to be seeing that aggressive team? With Godlike Stalwart, are we going to be seeing that patient, right? Waiting for the right moment to strike and being able to third party because they do currently have the lead. And with Nova, you heard me mention it earlier, if they are going to be playing split, that is when we end up seeing the best Nova. That is when we end up seeing the likes of Jimmy, Order, Paraboy, and everybody else being able to just clutch up and put up those performances. But the big question mark, Hotjukes, you alluded to it, is that spoiler role from the bottom teams. We saw a little bit in this past Miramar. I think it might happen here, and a lot of the teams that are currently fighting for the top 3 need to watch out for that.
You know, it's not even just the bottom teams. It's also those middle teams, right? They can do whatever they want at this point, and not to mention you may have a middle squad who's got a huge, a pretty thick jump, and they may try to do his miracle shot and take out these squads early and go nuts. I don't know what's going to happen, but here it comes down to this, the final match here of this group. Let's take it on over to our casters for one last time. I'm so jealous of y'all.
Oh, it was crazy in Group Red, and it's getting crazier by the moment here in Group Green, the group of death. We're at 24 out of 24. We have reached that 100% mark, and we're about to go psycho.
Imagine the story, the tragic story of HPVV. First place the entire tournament, and then on the last day, not even making the top 3. That could be non-fiction very soon, not just a story, depending on how this last match goes. And as a joke, I was saying, John, and it's all because of bacon time.
It is. It really is.
They're in that third place now.
The fact that they're in that third place by, I think, what was it, 2 points?
Yeah.
In the overall rankings. That is insane. That they are so close to it. But going into our final Erangel, it's a south plane again, Zute. It's a little bit further north this time. But could it be yet another instance of HVVP being denied their primary drop?
I think this last one, they're going to be like, you know what? No, we dropped north. Because the 2 Erangel games today, the 2 other Erangel games today, yeah, you're right. Very southern plane path, and they were forced to drop south because they didn't want to deal with dropping north, stretching for a vehicle and running into a different team. But both Erangel games have been very poor for them. So this being the last one of the day, and this plane path being slightly more north than the other ones, I think they might take the, slight change and just drop north for the vehicles and go up to North George Pool. We'll see very shortly how things go. As for everyone else, I don't think anything's really going to change for them, and I don't see HPVV stretching for that southern side, so they will go north. Fingers crossed they don't run into Fireflux, though, because that's the other team dropping north for South George Pool. They might be in somewhat of a collision.
Potentially, you can see the light blue dots on the map right now. You can see Meku as well on the left-hand side of your screen. Close to Power, a little bit close to Nova as well. Potential for a big hot drop. 4 versus, I guess, 1 it would be. Sorry, that's U2 Alliance that they're close by to. Playing around those ruins, playing around those compounds. Out to the west, Vampire dropping down southwest, uncontested, not too much to worry about. The circle pops out west. This is a circle for HVVP. If there's a chance for them, it's here. They need more than they've got. They certainly do want it. We saw the shots of their player booth earlier. You could almost feel how cold it was. I think I might need another jacket.
Yeah. Reaper Boy smartly, pulling that shoot a little bit early and then seeing the other ones drop in. We'll turn back around. I would like to see for him to loot up and then leave a little bit earlier, because there was a chance, they take this buggy and drive right back to that compound and pick up a quick point. But with such a bad performance today, I think HVVP is just going to stick to their game plan, not change it up at all. I don't blame them. They went from like the best looking team in the lobby to all of a sudden dropping out of the top 3. So the nerves, as experienced as a team that HVVP is and as dominant as they have been, they must be nervous. There's no way that they can't be nervous here.
You've got to feel it at this stage. I mean, it's all coming under pressure. Can they stay the test? Because they put a buffer between them and everybody else. They elevated themselves beyond the quality of the rest of the lobby. But today has just been crazy. Team after team stepping up. Doing so much for themselves. Bacon Time leapfrogging them 2 points in the lead. They're only 7 points ahead of Fireflux. They're only 8 points ahead of Vampire.
Yeah.
Any one of those 4 teams, Bacon Time, HVVP, Fireflux, Vampire, could make it to that 3rd spot. I feel like it's fairly secure at this stage that both Godlike Stalwart and Nova will take the top 2.
Yeah.
But who's going to join them?
And who's going to take top 1? That's also something to keep a very close eye on. 3 points, right, separating them. And then on the bottom half, right, you need to make that top 11 in Inco with 141, looking comfortable to a degree against the likes of 1 million. We were saying the desk was talking about hot drops and everything. We were talking about maybe 1 million could hot drop Inco, but that is not the case. Inco's going to try and play their game and just get a lot of points and hope, or 1 million's going to play their game and hope Inco falls out early.
I'm wondering how long HVVP are going to be looting in North George. Their general rotation on a circle like this, I'd imagine, would be to go to the compounds just to the southeast of Everest, or maybe even try and play on Everest after they've looted up in North George. So the quicker they can get there, the better, because teams will start to be moving now. We are reaching that 5-minute mark, so the early movers will be on the road.
Yeah, they'll be on Everest, or I think they will stay on Everest. Some teams will come behind them, but they'll continue to stay on Everest to clear their backfill. That's most likely the situation. Or they'll play that cube compound just right on the bridge to cut off rotations and then move on later. But the first circle being so big, there's a lot of options. HVVP might even just stay in North George Pole potentially for the first circle and play for the second shift. The Knights, however, will rotate early. Nova playing the compound that they really wanted that one game that Power took over. But with Knights rotating so early, Jimmy might get caught out here if the Knights chase this lone player down, but the Knights instead will just make their rotation center and play from this compound here.
I mean, we said that the top two are likely to be Godlike, Stalwart, and Nova, but I mean, it's not outside of the realms of possibility that one of the teams could jump up over Nova, because at the moment, Bacon Time, they sit 22 points behind, HVVP 20 points behind. Those are big chicken dinners. Sure, absolutely, they are, but that's a big chicken dinner. You're there already, right? If you get 10 eliminations on a chicken dinner, that is 25 points. And that's enough for either of those two teams to jump up over Nova. So if Nova go down early, they are in danger of not only not getting that top spot, but also dropping out a little bit lower.
CHVVP up on the north, just looting up. Damwon Gaming, we saw in that stat screen, they actually had the most amount of eliminations on Erenco. Damwon Gaming has started off so strong, and then yesterday and today have just simply fizzled out into non-existence. But just as I say that, supporting Firelines from the rest of the teams gets a second. And it's looking like a good fight for Damwon Gaming here.
Fabian pushes to the back of the building, wants to challenge, but denied that luxury. In through the window, ground floor, Tommy Gunn wants to roll up. There's a nade being cooked by Fabian. Drops it down the stairs. Osal's there as well. The knock on the outside towards Sung is kind of weighing on them quite heavy, and another nade over towards Fabian. Power, they might have lost one, but they are still trucking. It's going well for them right now. As we hop on over, actually, hang on a minute, it's Pittsburgh Knights, Nova. 2 players from Nova have fallen. This is dangerous. Frozen, sprayed down, flushed. Nova down to 2. There's no way they go for these reses. Paraboy falling. This is bad for Nova. In a central position. How can they hold in this as well? Because it's just Jimmy in order, and everybody's going to be looking for these compounds.
Punished. Finally, Nova gets punished for their splits that they love doing in the early stages of the game. And that's pretty much their first place chance, in my opinion, out the window. Because Godlike Stalwarts, C2 of Nova fell down. So now Godlike, all they need to do is essentially stay alive.
They can just keep going, get a top 5 finish. That's all that's required of them. But then again, Jimmy is still alive, and he has been dynamite for the team of Nova today, and out yesterday as well. Spec rolling straight on up to EVOS, who are currently in 13th place, but with a massive game could charge on up, and if you want to do that, you have to start fragging early. So picking up a point now, good news.
I think Knights are thinking the same thing. They're just going to try and take every fight they can to get as many points as they can. And just unfortunately for Nova, they were the first ones in the target sightlines. And Nova will lose 2 of their very important players. Now the next zone has shifted. It kind of centralizes right up. And this being the last game, we're going to see a lot more fighting than usual. Just because, teams know they're either in or they're not. And the teams that know they're not in, know they need an insurmountable amount of elimination points. So they may as well go for that as well.
The question is, who do those points go to as well? Because that could be crucial.
Yeah.
It could be the decision maker. When you're talking about a bubble that's 2 points between 3rd and 4th right now, it is absolutely crucial Donuts USG looking to take a fight. Nade in, not long cooked there, but it's right on the money. Spray coming in from Udo Alliance as Bacon Time get into a little bit of a lock horn. We'll be able to find the first. No knocks sent back their way, but there's still more Udo Alliance players in the wings. Unfortunately, looks like there's a third party from down low. It's Inco trying to keep that 11th place under control.
I see HVVP rotating in from the north. They're actually not on the edge. They're going to take this Mount Everest like we predicted, but Fireflux is here first.
Tixie.
Oh, I feel like a little bit more. Oh, never mind. He can still pick up Tixie. The headshot rings in, and that is Tixie down. And now HVVP definitely feeling the pressure and the burn now. Fireflux, I think this was a set trap. Fireflux got here first. And as predicted, HVVP wanted that position. And Nova is about to go out. It's all down to Order. Order will pick up 1 point, but down to a solo player against the 4 of Godlike Stalwarts. And they're at the point deficit as well. It's going to be a tall task for Nova, but hopefully right now for them, I'm thinking they just wish to be in the top 3 at this point.
Top 3 really on the minds of everyone, weighing heavily. Fireflux, it's good news for them, right? They're in 5th place right now, 2-2-1, 9 points behind the bubble. So starting off, taking down a player of HVVP, arguably one of your strongest competitors for that spot as well. Excellent. And arguably, out of HVVP, you want to take down Tixie, because he is the heavy hitter of this team. Not today, but in general, over the course of the last 3 days, we've seen him be demonstrably monstrous.
Demonstrably monstrous. It's the first time I heard that. Question is, though, who's going to take down Bacon Time? Because Bacon Time's the team that is in 3rd place with 4 members up. This is the team that's technically the gatekeeper of the top 3. And Circle goes up north. Once again, this could be a big one for the Fireflux team.
Look at Matic. On the west side, he's really close to Lutz. Ketcher's going to be spotted this as well. They should be taking shots, and Matic really in danger. The rest of HVVP nowhere nearby. That's a flush if he gets knocked. There's no 2 ways about it. So staying out in the open, deadly for Matic at the moment. A wide split for HVVP, playing as 3. Order. I mean, they've been hounded by the Pittsburgh Knights for this entire game. In through the door, it's Order to face off against 1. Does a lot of damage. Might be spotting around the window. Coops is there. Tensa, first to fall. Order 1v2ing right now. Handily taking control of this engagement.
Oh my god. Not even a lick of damage.
Look at that.
Oh.
He's mad that the Pittsburgh Knights are ruining their chances. He's shooting the magazine. He's emptying it down into the crate. Look at him
love
go.
it. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Hey, but with the extra elimination currently, Pittsburgh Knights not in last place, which is a result that maybe you wouldn't expect.
You love to see Order. We've always said close range specialist. That was Coops, and I believe Tensa he took down with not a lick of damage. Did you see the way he danced around them there? Perfectly done.
Nade found a knockover on towards Bacon Time, playing in the middle of Ruins. It's a strong position. They've got a lot of hard cover here, but teams are going to start to turn their attention towards it, Zute.
Yeah. The revive should come through, unless if a lucky one gets the confirmation. I think I saw Reaper Boy throw another one towards that way. No explosion, so Bacon Time will remain 4 up. They are trapped in a very... Oh, yeah, spoke too soon. But that's just 2 knock... Oh, Reaper Boy with another one.
That's
cooked way too long.
A little bit too long. Yeah, long on the cook there. Shirty crawling back towards Orm Style. Donuts USG on the eastern flank. 2 players down for Bacon Time.
Yeah, they don't know,
I mean, they don't particularly know where this is coming from, I imagine. That bird would have been great about 5 seconds ago. But as of now, it will splash wide.
Bacon Time. Almost losing half of their force. Will be able to get that reset. But still, they're stuck in Ruins. Surrounded by Donuts. Surrounded by Udo Alliance. And they have Skylights Gaming to the north on that church position. If the circle shifts off of them, this is going to be a very difficult disengage for even a 4-man team.
HVVP fully disengaged and left 2 players to the north side of the river. Meku and Matic went up that way. Kitsune took an outpost on the south side. Fairly uncontested right now. And Matic now starting to move back down south. Meku surely soon to follow. The chances for HVVP force them to play incredibly cautiously. They just want to stay out of danger right now.
Vampire, another team we got to look out for right now. With 4 players still up on the hard southwest, they lose that circle. It seems like the circle did shift towards the east.
Oof.
Vampire Esports, they got a long road ahead of them, but they've been pulling out miracles here and there on some occasions. So they could also break into that top 3. So many teams still that we have to keep an eye out for.
HVVP's compound on the northern side still viable. The question for me is, where do Fireflux go? That will dictate so much of this lobby. They have a couple choices, but right now the primary ones, HVVP's position, knock out the competition, take down one of the other teams fighting for Bacon Time's spot, or 1 million, take out the team fighting for that bottom bubble and the tournament survival.
If they could get an opening onto 1 million, that'd be a great position for a Fireflux to take. Otherwise, the northern side is a good backup. And
Matic?
HVP, Matic, I'm not sure. I think they're going for a Hail Mary play here. Just try and see if there's some niche pocket spot in the center open rather than trying to fight in from the edge with only 3.
Oh my goodness me. I saw that health bar trickle. Alpha 7 are here. They're opening up. It's a rematch from Miramar. On the northern side, HVVP need to hold this if they want their chance to continue. Vampire Esports riding up towards EVOS as well on the southwestern side. Both teams, they're going to be forced to conclude this. Vampire have committed, and so have EVOS. This is going to be a fight for both of these teams that will be ringing in their ears for days, weeks to come, potentially. A nade in through the window towards Stone. Pops another one in the side. SKF
Fireflux
putting ordnance down. Here's Fireflux as well. They've moved south. Solke looking to have a third party onto this. Schweppes is going to fall. A really important angle. Ravenclaw gets opened up. The magazine is emptying. The spring pressing those bullets. It's HVVP come under fire on the north side as well. Alpha 7 taking that engagement. They found an outpost, and HVVP going to leave that one out to dry. Only 2 players moving forward. It's actually the one for HVVP. Fireflux still engaged in combat now. 4 players alive, and this is a team that wants it badly. Vampire, they've lost one fully. 1 knock to try and recover, but Fireflux will not let it go. EVOS are out. 1 million, the only challengers to that bottom spot as well in the meantime.
Yeah, they pick up to 3 eliminations there. They picked up 2 more, so that was a good third-party peek out by Fireflux. They play it tight. They don't fully engage on it for fear of losing players, because they don't just need elimination points. They need whatever elimination points they could get and a strong finish towards the end, so they'll decide to keep all 4 members alive and play a bit safer. HVVP did get pushed out by Alpha 7. HVVP down to 1. Nova down to 1, can't make that first place position in my opinion, and it's looking like HVVP down to 1, can't make that top 3 position.
Kitsune needs a miracle. The nade already doing damage. There's fire. There's flames. There's riches to ruin with a nade from Mythic. That puts the final nail in the coffin. HVVP from first place, pretty much all tournament, down in 4th. Potential to be leapfrogged as well, but we'll be seeing them in the survival stages coming through in 2 weeks' time. It's a result that nobody expected, but it's the one that we're seeing, and this is the group of death. It's Group Green.
That's wild. Who would have thought? We will see them in the survival stages. They'll have another chance as Order gets taken out as well. That is Star Wars Esports sitting very comfortably in first place. Only Bacon Time has somewhat of a chance to take that first place. But Star Wars Esports, they have 4 up. They just saw Nova go out. They are chilling right now and might even be celebrating just a little bit in their booths.
They should be, yeah, they absolutely should be okay here. I mean, to be fair though, there are 2 teams beneath them. They could have massive games, but it's going to be very, very unlikely that Fireflux can stretch out that far, even with a big chicken dinner. 4 players alive. They managed to snake their way on into this circle. Alpha 7, the spoilers on the north side for HVVP. We'll be playing from that northern side. We'll need to crunch in down south just a little bit.
Seems like it's going to slow down to a stalemate. 1 million's position very hard to crack open. And not a position that they necessarily want to take over, as most of it's actually not in zone. So yeah, Fireflux is actually going to wait for the zone to choke that position out. There's no need for them to push whatsoever. The blue zone will do it for them. And yeah, 1 million forced to kind of see where else they could play. They'll swing down further south into the likes of Vampire. Vampire very, or not very weak, but just down to 3.
They're out in the open though as well. Ravenclaw really going to struggle here. 1 million looking to just take control of this south side. If Vampire go down, it'll be only Fireflux and Bacon Time looking for a contest. Fireflux spots towards Alpha 7, looking for the flush catch, not going to be able to nail it, but a lot of damage. Doesn't want to over-peak, doesn't want to give the game away just yet. They play as 4, they need it to keep going if they want a chance at taking on Bacon Time.
Very cautious play out of catch right there. Seemed like he had every opportunity to continue spraying, but always got to play disciplined here. Pop off a few shots, wait a couple of seconds before peeking again, because Alpha 7 is looking up there. And maybe on the next zone shift, if they feel comfortable, they'll get a little bit closer and pick up these points. There is 4 points to be had down there. And Fireflux can easily take it if they wanted to.
They desperately need those points as well. Vampire playing with 3. Moving on in, you can see in the picture-in-picture against 1 million, neither team wanting to go too far because both of them are in crucial spots on the tables. There is only one way for them to ladder up, and that's staying alive. You do need to grab those points in, but one thing first. Follow it up with the second. Fireflux move down to the lower plateau. Trying to maintain control over this high ground near ruins. Bacon Time, I feel like they've been given an easier ride than maybe it would have been entertaining to see in this game. They've just held in the same position in ruins for so long now. Nobody's moved in past it.
Yeah, Bacon Time do get blessed with that circle. However, Fireflux is in a great position to dominate the rest of the game. Everyone's stuck in ruins. Fireflux is the only one with free reign and free control. So this could set up Fireflux potentially catching up to Bacon Time in eliminations, and Bacon Time just holding out with 4 for as long as they can. This is a showdown that's starting to shape up here. Meanwhile, Vampire, they're only like 1 or 2 points behind Fireflux. They are, however, down to 3 players, so much more difficult for Fireflux to pull something off. Here comes 1 million circling back around to the top. Is Fireflux going to be able to fend this off? And they indeed will.
Alpha 7 moving up actually towards Skylights Gaming. In towards the church around the side, catches a nade being cooked, but Mythic doesn't get the knock. Teammates are falling, Mythic goes down first. Nades answering with a little bit of damage, but only Mr. Board has been traded off in terms of those knocks. Revo, Mafioso both low. Carrillo still not going to be stymied by that. Gets taken down, moves into the sightlines of 3. It's not going to go well. Revo out wide for 1 with the Groza. Gets taken low, but stays alive for now. Mafia Boy up top and Nima, the 2 active for Skylights Gaming. Revo and Mafioso on the flip side coming through for Alpha 7. Nades being cooked. And in the meantime, Vampire are taking names. 3 players alive for them still. They're still going in the picture-in-picture. Alpha 7 still continuing this fight, continuing this pressure. Fireflux also rolling down the hill in towards Inco. Inco currently 11th place. If they go down, 1 million stay alive. There's potential for a little bit of a chop and a change there at the bottom of the tables, but it's Fireflux really with the important frags. 5 already on the cards. You talked about them dominating the lobby, Zute. They might have just been able to do it here. 5 already racked up with 10 teams remaining.
All they got to do is take out Inco and they'll get that whole western side for themselves. That's Alpha 7 eliminated, down and out. Vampire with a very, very ballsy rotation right dead into the center, and it is open for them. They'll manage to stick in there for now, but they have a 4-man team. Let's not forget, there's a 4-man team of the Godlike Star Wars esports team still in this lobby, just playing as patient as ever, knowing they pretty much secured that first place. Soulcake cannot go down. Nice trade back by the team of Fireflux.
Vampire. That was Vampire, I think, who got that knock.
Oh.
taking down top. I mean, look at the third-party position that they have on them. They're just a little bit further to the north. Vampire central right now. 4 eliminations for them. 5 for Fireflux. There's 2 points in it right now, Zute, between these two. And Bacon Time are still going. We have 3 of our challenging teams right now, all in different kinds of spots.
Like went down to just 1 player, but they're gonna get the full reset. Zone slightly shifts off of them, so they will need all 4 to press further in. Good zone shift for the team of Fireflux. So I mean, they control this whole western side. This will just give them more room to play with as more teams get choked out. Fireflux in a even better position to overtake that top 3 and rip it away from Bacon Time. However, Bacon Time still have 4 up.
Enko dispatched. No further will they go. They're in 11th. 141 is the mark for 1 million to try and hit. They might have added a placement point or 2 onto that actually for going out in 8th. So it would be a little bit higher than that, but 1 million. They started the game 13 points behind. If they can make it to 3rd place, grab a couple of eliminations, that might be enough to take that spot away.
Bacon Time need these points. They get 1. They need to create as much buffer as they can against the dominating force of Fireflux right now on the high ground. And then they pick up 2. Those will be 2 very crucial more points that they just pick up here. Got like Star Wars coming in from the south, hammering in onto Vampire's position now.
3 players still active for Vampire, 4 eliminations. They want to keep this one in pocket. Godlike Stalwart, they've risen to the top. They will be taking that 1st place position here. But the shots are answered back over
confirmed
from Fireflux. 7 elimination points now for Fireflux, bringing them up to 228 total. Without the placement points, which puts them 6 points behind Bacon Time at this stage. But Solke's in the sidelines. Mini 14 is there, waits for him to stop, but he's not gonna. The jitters are in. And he's all a quiver. 1 million taking shots over towards Bacon Time as well. Spot Shirty. And actually get the flush. That's taken away by 1 million.
That's huge. Bacon Time losing 1 is very good news for Fireflux. Not sure how Bacon Time ended up losing a player there. That could be a very, very costly mistake for them.
Overstepping the mark. The circle is still on top of them, but they're right on the edge of it now. They've enjoyed the center of it for quite a while. But it moves away. They will have to leave. Another picked up on the top, but that's taken by Bacon Time. Fireflux do the work, but Bacon Time reap the reward. 5 eliminations for them, and they're keeping this thing going. They're keeping this train going until the final stop.
It is neck and neck. But 3 circles ago, Fireflux asserted dominance on this zone, and you can see they have overwatch of everything. Uncontested now. This is Fireflux game to throw.
Fireflux, they took the top of Everest. It was the position that HVVP could have taken if they'd have moved earlier from North George, but they waited too long. They played slow and back and weren't able to do it. Picking up another point. Ooh, Fireflux, you just saw them jump up over on the tables against HVVP. 8 eliminations now. 229 total. Still 6 points behind, though, because Bacon Time pinched 1 away.
Bacon Time loses another player. Down to 2. They can make it into zone, at least. As Vampire and Stalwarts Esports finally get into a committed engagement, Pika will drop down. That might actually keep him safe, as it's very scary to peek over the edge into the open, especially with Fireflux down here. But look at how many point opportunities Fireflux has. They have their pickings of whichever team they want to take shots at.
Play zone. Point over to Vampire. Elimination found. 5 total now. I mean, we might have counted them out, but they are still here, still in the lobby, still with 3.
Hold up.
They nail the shots back over to Ketch. Fireflux, Solke spotted by Skylights Gaming, and Nade over to Bacon Time as well. And Solus answers over towards Vampire. The fights are going every
Skylights
single
moving
direction.
up.
Solus is low. Lutz is low as well for Fireflux. Will they be drawn short? Will they fall short of that mark? The 3rd place is up for grabs, but Bacon Time is still alive. The final zone here, and we have 5 teams remaining, Zute.
Every team's starting to make their push now as the zone is closing in. I think Fireflux will be okay. The push stopped short. They will hold strong up there. Bacon Time, meanwhile, down to 1. Skylights Gaming making a play, picking up some points, confirming 1. Bacon Time is out. And Fireflux is still up with 4. They got the full reset.
They did, and Vampire Esports getting peppered away. 1 million is still alive, but they're still going. Can they pick up the points? Lazy Boy falls. Who went down first? I think it was them, but there's 2 teams remaining. Fireflux, they might have done enough to do it. They might have jumped up, taken Bacon Time's spot. 9 eliminations now found. What more can they sweep under the rug? 7 eliminations, 3rd place for Vampire. It's good, but it might not be good enough. Out goes the swing wide. 4 players alive for Fireflux. Catch Solus mount up.
Oh, they need this! Oh, no!
And Mafia Boy playing spoiler. The spray of the towards Catch plays off with
1v1.
AJ. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Mafia Boy versus Soulk. Fireflux with the run of their lives to control from the top of Everest. But it all comes down to 1 versus 1. A tree and a ridgeline. A Mafia Boy enveloped by the blue. The nade sails high. The burn is out. Soulk steps up, hits the deck again. He's out in the open, but can he land the shots? Soulk ducking, diving around the ridgeline. It's a Groza. It's so close. Soulk, 1 more bullet will do it, but a headshot can turn it either way. It's Fireflux. They take 3rd place, and with it, a direct qualification to Jakarta.
Ooh, I love that. He smacked the camera. You can feel the energy in there. RIP to that fan. That one fan just got massacred. They're not done yet. Oh man, what a run for the Fireflux team. That is emotion right there. Absolutely beautiful to see.
What a way to close it down. A dominant chicken dinner to claim your spot to the PMGC Finals. That is incredible. 4 eliminations for Solus. The number that they had is a lot bigger than that, let me tell you. It is so good to see them working together. Look at that, such an even spread. 830 to 510 damage spread. They played as 4. They earned it. They've stamped their ticket.
Wow. Couldn't have been a better ending. Bacon Time getting all the circles but remaining trapped. Fireflux having to fight their way in but taking the dominant positions and controlling and executing it well. Letting them ride it out and making their way up and punching through Bacon Time's 3rd place position. And I'm pretty sure, like you said, that was enough for them to make it into the top 3.
Bacon Time going down when they did. Low elimination count. Only the final standings will tell, but Fireflux Chicken Dinner, that is how you do it. I mean, they feel like they knew as well exactly how that went. What a shocking result for HVVP. For Bacon Time to fall out, but Fireflux dominate the final game and take spot 3.
And Fireflux Esports clutches it up when it is absolutely needed in the last match. You saw the excitement in their faces, man, shaking their hands after punching fans. That is how you get it done. Oh man, Glitter, can we ask for a better ending?
No. No, that's the short answer. You absolutely could not have asked for a better ending. It was down to the wire. So many things had to fall the right way for Fireflux to be able to come out on top like that. 27 total points with the chicken dinner. I mean, to be fair, Skylights tried to take him out 7. It got a little bit too close for comfort there.
It definitely did, and guess what? Oh my goodness, Nova, even though Order was able to get 50 eliminations, they ended up getting hunted down by Knights. But Order being able to clutch that up, you know what? It secured their second spot a little bit more. Damage though, top. I mean, this was a player that had a pop-up performance yesterday. He continued to have a pop-off performance today. I couldn't be happier that we got a chance.
Let's see it. Oh my
goodness! Fireflux makes it.
Here it is.
This is
Bacon
insane.
Time's got to be devastated.
By 7 points.
Wow.
7 points. And they were trying so hard. They were alive so long into that game, but the eliminations were just way too high on behalf of Fireflux. I mean, Nova gets ousted a little bit by Godlike Stalwart, but this is a top 3 that we didn't see literally until today, 7. This is a brand new top 3 from what we saw for the past 3 days.
It is, and then you have a bunch of heartbreaks like HVVP. I mean, this team was at the top for 3 days straight. And then on the last day, we were talking about it yesterday. Stuff wasn't really working. They weren't the same HVVP, and they end up right there in 6th place. And then Inco Gaming clutching it up by just 2 points over 1 million. 1 million. If they would have just gotten those extra eliminations there at the end, it might have been a completely different story, Glitter.
Listen, this is another case of the stolen elims, okay? That would have been an opportunity that could have made or broke the performance for 1 million. So 2 points, that's got to sting a little bit, and now we know who's going to be making their way to the survival stage, and of course, the grand finals. Godlike Stalwart, Nova, and Fireflux Esports punch their tickets, and their survival stage is getting scarier and scarier. Jukes, we heard the casters talking about this. We kind of hinted at it all day. It's going to be so difficult in the survival stage.
This survival stage is going to be so disgusting. I mean, you got Alpha 7 Esports, HVVP, which was like Seven said, popped off every day, but here's the MVP! And it's top from Godlike Stalwart. I mean, this man had performed constantly, day in and day out. 40 eliminations total. That's more than some teams got.
I'm not surprised. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. This man had a pop-up performance yesterday. 8 eliminations in just 1 day. And right now, I mean, with the damage he was able to output to with the elims, this is exactly what Godlike Stalwart needed to be able to push up to that first place. And this is what some of the other teams like HVVP, I hate to say it, but they also needed that clutch factor from some of the other players. We saw it. The first 3 days, they were so hard to eliminate.
We saw it!
It disappeared. It went to absolutely nowhere. And then Bacon Time. The patience, Glitter, that they had, it might have worked out in the previous days, but when they actually needed to become urgent, when they needed to at least secure some extra elims, they decided to wait for too long.
I feel like they tried to make a push there at the end of today, and it's just too many missed opportunities. When you go back and you look at even the first day, we talked about this with them in the very first day. They came out of the gate with a really strong performance and then got quiet and passive, and it stayed that way for too long, and they missed out on too many points. We talk about it so frequently, you would think that someone would listen by now. Every single point matters. Every time, okay? Because they won't, like, and this 1 million Esports is not going to forget those 2 points anytime soon. Same thing for everybody else that missed out on top 3.
It's going to just be burned in their brains for a whole year, because that's going to have to wait until pretty much next year to be able to get that done. And, you know, it's so crazy just to see how close this gets every single time. And the feelings that are going through these players. I mean, heck, I mean, you know, Nova, I guarantee you Nova is probably the most upset team, because they wanted first place. You know they did. But you know what? It's time to talk to our first place winners. Godlike Stalwart. Let's go ahead and take it off to a beautiful interview. Take it over to Choo Choo.
We're down to the last wire and down to the last bullet to know who will be the top 3 and who will be the champion. Not really yet. The number 1 spot in week 2 of the Green Group today. I'm Tutu, your host. We're talking about last day for the Group Green in the PMGC 2022. Congratulations to Stalwart, none other than the STE taking that number 1 crown in the last minute now. And also we want to know, since this is called the Group of Death, you crown yourself as number 1. That's a big statement. Did you actually expected you to win today at number 1?
Nos techniques, notre tactique, tout ça a été... C'était juste pour le numéro 1. On a essayé parce qu'il faut mettre notre niveau le plus haut possible pour arriver en fait, c'est très difficile de parler ici. Il faut mettre notre niveau le plus haut pour arriver ici. Alors, je pense qu'on a fait ce qu'on a.
Our strategy was always to gun for number 1 because we must give the best of us to be able to be at the level that we are. I think we did a good effort, and that's how we made it this far.
It's well deserving to push down so many teams after so many grinding. And how do you feel right now as the coach? And none other than, sorry, I forgot to introduce, I was so happy for you. This is Coach Senna, or Senator, he said. So how are you feeling right now?
J'ai pas les mots en fait. C'est le feeling. C'est pas que de moi. Ça dépend pas que de moi. Ça dépend de tous les gens qui étaient derrière nous. Surtout les joueurs, ils ont tout ce qu'ils ont fait très bien. Genre, en fait, j'ai pas les mots pour l'instant. C'est très.
I'm speechless. I'm just speechless. It's not just me. It's all the people who help us get here, and of course the players who gave it all they had. So I just want to say that I'm actually without words at this moment.
And we can see that. I mean, like, it's just really don't know until the end of it. But also we want to know, since there are teams that have been relegated and not actually managed to get into the grand finals in Jakarta soon, do you have anything else to say for your most wanted to see rival that didn't make it in the grand finals?
Quelle est l'équipe que vous voulez voir dans la finale qui n'est pas encore qualifiée?
Il y en a beaucoup. Il y en a vraiment beaucoup parce qu'on a nos amis, on a nos countries. Genre, il y a encore une autre équipe mongolienne qui va jouer prochaine. So, je veux les revoir au grand final. Je veux voir Navi. Ils ont fait tout ce qu'ils ont pu, mais c'est très difficile pour eux le dernier jour. Alors je veux Navi, je veux DVG, nos amis. Je veux tout l'effort. On veut tout l'effort parce qu'on va faire un revenge. On vient de le faire, mais on va le refaire encore. C'est pas encore fini.
There's so many of them. There's so many of them that I want to see. I really want all the strong teams to make it. You know, DG, Navi, that were so close. You know, there's also, of course, another team from Mongolia that's playing next week that we also want to see them there. So it is really, I want to see all the strong teams make it through. We want to have another chance to keep showing what we can do.
Now, we talked about all the rivals here. You have so many competition as well. Now, who do you think in this group is the toughest for you to challenge against?
Quel est le team le plus dur dans ce groupe?
C'était Nova. Le dernier jour, c'était vraiment Nova parce qu'on a fait 4 fois face, mais pour notre situation, on n'a pas eu la situation pour les gagner. Genre, on était un peu sandwich dans des situations un peu difficiles. C'est pour ça qu'on n'a pas vraiment eu l'occasion de les gagner, mais au final, on est numéro 1. Alors, je pense que c'est bien.
Of course, it's Nova. They did an amazing job today. We didn't get the chance to beat them today because sometimes we were trapped in between a rock and a hard place, but we did our best. And I think at the end, we managed to pull through. I'm really happy that we made it.
It's okay. You can fight them again in the grand finals, definitely. Now, what do you have to say to all your families, your fans and supporters that have been believing in you until the last minute?
For all our fans, it's like we have so many fans in South Asia, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, really Mongolia. We have so many fans même à l'intérieur, mais à l'extérieur aussi. Genre, c'est pas que notre pays qui est en jeu. On a des fans de South Asia, mais vraiment tout nous encourage. On a nos familles, on a tout le monde, mais on a vraiment trop. Et je me remercie de fond du cœur, vraiment de fond du cœur, de nous supporter jusqu'à maintenant, parce que les 2 premiers jours, c'était vraiment difficile. Et pour faire un comeback, c'était vraiment très difficile. Alors, tous nos familles, toutes nos équipes, tous, c'est vraiment, merci beaucoup. J'ai pas les mots en fait.
Well, I'm speechless again. I want to highlight how we have fans everywhere, not just in Mongolia, Southeast Asia, everywhere. Their support has been invaluable to allow us to come back. We had a tough couple of days at the beginning, but we managed to make it back. The support from all our friends and families, it was priceless. And once again, I'm speechless. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again to Star Esports and none other than all the teams that managed to squeeze into the grand finals in Jakarta. But it's not going to be done yet as we still have the survival stage in the future. Now things are really, really chaotic and wild here as all the players already hyped up because they're done for the week. I think this is for me. This is your host, Choo Choo, signing off. And thank you. Congratulations again for the top 3 teams. Back to the casters and the panelists.
What a beautiful interview right there. Man, that's probably one of my favorite ones so far of the tournament. You can see the excitement, the joy inside of his face. And man, it got done at the last second. I mean, how much more hype can you really be in this situation? Hey, that's what it takes. It takes every little ounce of effort to get to this point. And man, the relief that they must feel after today. Huh, Seven?
Hot Jukes, that relief, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about it. All right. What was impressive to me was just their path to how they got there. After day 1, they were in 8th place. After day 2, they were in 9th place. Yesterday, they had that pop-off performance. They moved up to 3rd place, and they were able to maintain it today. They were able to take advantage whenever they needed to take advantage. And this is a message for all those teams out there, right? There's no excuses. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. They worked that out perfectly, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, we heard, I don't know, every single team that's been asked this question, which squad they're looking forward to going up against. It's always Nova. Everybody wants to dethrone Nova. And after some of the performances we've seen, I mean, Godlike Stalwart's definitely on the list of teams that have the potential to do that.
Yep.
And just the fact that you beat them here in this stage. Yeah, it's not done on the biggest stage. That's a whole nother monster that they got to conquer. But the fact that they were able to surpass them while playing against them at least once, that's got to be huge for their mental factor. Right, Seven?
What's impressive, too, I mean, Nova went from, what was it, 8th place at the start of today to 2nd place. If Nova, for some reason, would have just been a little bit higher, they would have taken 1st place absolutely easy. So it sends a message to some of the other teams. It's going to send a message to Godlike Stalwart. Yeah, you might be in 1st place right now, but once we get to the grand finals, if we have a pop-up performance like Nova is currently doing, I mean, there might be that chance that they go back to back to back.
Oh, man. Well, you got to keep a close eye out there because it almost felt like they hid their power this whole tournament, and we definitely got a glimpse of it here today. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with the 7 Worlds Gaming, Glitter Explosion, John Allen, Zute. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes to make this show going, and we will see you guys next week for the next group.